Hello everyone, how are we all? I'm very well, I thank you for asking. I apologise for what will be a pretty scuffed start to the stream tonight. I'm going to be on with Curtis of Turn Left. He's a friend of the channel, friend of the show. You all know him, but because of that, therefore, I've got my camera off because you can't have two feeds of it, so it'll go through to the StreamYard. So I will be on camera, but in a bit. Secondly, because I'm running a little bit late, I haven't actually set up my shit. So you're going to hear me scuffedly setting things up in the background. You can't see anything, and that's fine. Why would you want to? It would be a bit mental. Anyway, can you just fucking do your thing, you little schmunt. Jesus Christ. Anyway, hello everybody. How are we all? Yes, we're going to be talking about British electoral politics from 7:30 till 8:30 with Turn Left. They've got their show, which is actually quite good and growing. It's a little bit like, I mean, Curtis described it to me as a poor man's Navarra Live, and you know what? I'll take that because I am a poor man. A schmunt. It's a schmunted cunt. I don't know what else needs to be described there. It's a schmunt. Anyway. So yes, going to be on with him just in a moment. There's a script and stuff as well. Well, I say a script, like a loose script, and then obviously we discuss stuff. That's me taking a big old piss. A fizzy piss. Yes, if you wanted to, you can do the usual things. You can hit the follow button. You can subscribe. You can subscribe with Amazon Prime. You can gift subs to the community. You can... what else can you do? Oh, I should write it down. I've only been doing it 4 years. Jesus. You can gift subs to the community. You can do bits messages. 200 bits or more gets you a text-to-speech. Yes, you can do bits messages, $2 or more, gets you a text-to-speech. You can help me out on Patreon and or PayPal. You can go over to the Discord, YouTube, Blue Sky and TikTok. What else did I do? Facebook. There's a Facebook group as well. Anyway, so there's all of that shit if you wanted to. And in addition to that, if you're on YouTube, hello YouTube, you can hit the follow button. No, you can subscribe. That's what you can do. You can hit the like button. Smash the shit out of the like button. And come over to twitch.tv/KFLogan1875 and say hello. It is free to do that. And YouTube can suck my arsehole. Anyway, I need to get my swears out of the way. Like, I don't think swearing's banned or anything on Curtis's show, but just, you know. You have to keep it in check a little bit when you're in polite company, you know. Anyway, let's turn this shite on, shall we? There we go. Okie doke. Oh, what if the neighbours started shouting right now? They've been quiet all fucking day, and as soon as I go live, they can't start fucking screaming. Refreshing beverage. Oh. Actually, I'm going to have to turn my fan on as well. Oh. So no talking about necrophilia. Ideally not, no. Thank you, Wester9, with 100 bitty bits. Much love. Much love. Yeah, you reckon they're tuning in? You reckon they're regular viewers, yeah? Yes. Okay, well, I'm going to dip in with Curtis and see how he's getting along and all of that. Because we have to set up audio and things. Accept all. Don't make me download things. Allow access to mic. Yes, allow. Settings, I guess. Logitech camera. Yeah, that's fine. Audio. Speaker. Mic is. We want the Yeti. There we go. There we go. That's the one. Okie doke. What's this? New. Reduce. Do I want a virtual background? No, I fucking don't. Piss off. But what I do need to do is just move that. There we go. That's better. Move that there. I did tell you it would be scuffed, everyone. I mean, I could have just set this up and gone live later, couldn't I? But why would I do that? Touch up my appearance? Suck my fucking arsehole, mate. No. Okie doke. Ooh.
He's also TW Reacts on YouTube. TW Reacts, I think Z with a Z. And so I think he's got a bit of a presence there. Reacts. Yeah, he's got
90,000.
Yeah, 90,000 followers on YouTube. So
great thumbnails.
Definitely someone who's worth getting on. Because if you get him to share the video to his TikTok community, actually I don't know if he will share the video to his TikTok community because I'm not sure if this is non-political and his other stuff is political. But I'm
YouTube
not sure.
looks non-political, but I'm sure he would be happy to come on. I mean, he's sort of done a bit.
Yeah.
It's music, I think. Yeah.
Let's have a look. Left Brain UK.
I don't know if anyone can hear me.
I can't find anything.
I'm backstage.
Channel, but he might know more. And even if he doesn't share it, he can. He can always.
Go!
Hello, Kevin.
Oh, hello there, everyone. How are we all? Are we well?
I'm happy now you're here.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that is delightfully erotic. Thank you. I like that.
That was the plan.
Right, let's go. How is everyone? Yeah, are we well?
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
You and Cog go back.
We do. We were old frogs. Yeah, we were hosting Let Them Eat Cake. What 5 years ago now?
Yeah, ancient history, really, isn't it?
Jesus Christ. Tommy Robinson's been imprisoned at least twice since then. Jesus.
Yeah. God.
Yeah. Do you remember Mike and his shenanigans with him? Jesus Christ.
Oh
that was
God,
fun.
yes. Oh, I like. Is that a Guinness or is that not?
Well, it's a Guinness glass.
It's a Guinness glass.
Yeah, because I'm in the pocket of big stout. But no, it's just a cola beverage. Yeah. It's a bit early
So
for the
when I
Coke.
watch your streams, right, you always have a big bottle. Is that Coke? But you take the label off.
Well, it's not Coca-Cola, no, but it's a non branded.
Coke.
Well, yeah, basically, yeah, because I'm poor. No, it's sometimes
I
it's
can't
the
believe
cheap stuff and sometimes
non-cola
it's not.
from Aldi. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. But either way, I'm not giving any of those companies my massive audience. You know.
Yeah.
Are we big Aldi fans? Aldi, yeah.
Well, Aldi's my closest shop. I hate the store, but it's.
Look, I'm Lidl pilled, motherfucker. Let's
Oh,
go.
Lidl pill.
Lidl's
all right.
good. I like
yeah,
Lidl.
Lidl's good. Have you had their almonds? Their salted almonds that you get in the tray? They're really good.
This is the most middle
good.
class shit now.
Yeah,
The
that was pretty middle.
fuck.
Yeah. Agreed. Nation of shopkeepers. Yep, definitely. Yeah.
100%.
Oh, there's a craft beer bar called Nation of Shopkeepers near me. I was
that?
there
Oh,
last
nice.
night. Yeah.
Nice.
I had a few beveraginos.
Beveraginos. Now that is middle class.
Gonna get some beveraginos. Fucking hell.
Beautiful.
Do you know what I also saw? Because I picked up a job at River Islands, right? And some guy from Love Island was in there.
Ah.
Oh, lovely.
I don't really watch the show.
No, neither do I. But that's a thing I've heard of, and that's impressive enough.
Yes.
That's my claim to fame, guys. I said to him, "Is there anything you want?" He goes, "Nah, just brogues." Yeah, well, here's the brogues. Yeah, not the greatest selection. I was like, yeah, that was it. So.
Well, you know what? I think it'll need polishing up for the after dinner circuit, but it's a start of an anecdote.
Thanks.
You know.
I do try. Right, I'll be back in a sec. I've got a drink upstairs. I'm gonna bring it down.
Fair
My
enough.
beaner.
Fair enough. How have you been, Mr. Cog?
I've been good. Enjoying the absolute disaster that's been the general election campaign, and just like going, all of our options, except for Carla Denyer, who I've been very impressed with.
Yeah, I think she's done okay, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. I understand now why they held back Carla Denyer in favor of Adrian Ramsey for the interviews right at the beginning, because I was like, oh god, why have they got I love him. His politics is really good. He's a really nice guy, Adrian Ramsey, but he comes across like Spengler, you know. He comes across very nerdy.
Like
And obviously-
Spengler, that's a lovely reference
Yeah.
point. Beautiful.
Yes.
Yes. I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Whereas you want some like proper lad energy to be injected into the Green Party's sort of campaign. And Carla.
So what
Denyer
you need
bringing
is
that more
what
than-
you need is a 3-foot woman. That will definitely
Yes.
do that.
Yes, with the lads energy, because she's got the lads energy, you know.
Well, honestly,
Like,
and
yes.
some of the things, she's had the biggest dick energy of all of them at some of these fucking events.
Yeah.
When it's just
Yeah, I mean-
a Tory and Labour Party basically pretending to disagree about things. What the fuck?
Yes. Yeah, and her line. What was her line? Well, that was dignified, wasn't it? After they
That was all terribly
so good.
dignified. Yes, brilliant, lovely stuff.
Yes,
Yeah.
really well executed. Yeah.
Yes.
But yes, yeah, I think I am probably voting Green for this election. Not because I think the Greens stand a chance in the area that I'm in, but because I want my vote to go towards something progressive and moving our politics to the left rather than keeping it where it is.
Well, exactly. Yeah. Look, I've given up sort of caring whether the Labour Party really win because I don't see them as frankly any fucking different. So
Yeah.
I don't actually view a vote for them as the lesser of two evils or harm reduction. So fuck it, I'm going to vote for a party that are, not absolute scum.
Yeah.
Which is, is a
Absolutely
thing.
fair. Yeah. Yes. I think that's something nice on that we've got here with Turn Left is that I think there's broad agreement on that. Strangely, there's sort of broad agreement among all of us that the Labour Party is shit and they're basically like the distinction between them and the Tories is minimal, if anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, it's been as fun as it has been to see the Tories disintegrate. The fact that they're going to be taken over by the Tories is
Yeah,
a little
I know. Just
disturbing.
yeah.
But there we go.
Yes. £40 billion deficit or something in the finances. Not deficit as in national deficit. I'm talking about like deficit in the what they're going to spend versus
Yeah,
what they're going
yeah,
to be able to.
insufficiency of budget. Yes.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah, Curtis. The countdown thing. That's new. Are we doing a 5-minute countdown? Is that how you want to do it?
Yeah. So basically, I've kept the normal intro in there. So if you wanted to go 10 minutes early, then put the intro in, and then when we get to 5 minutes, do the 5-minute countdown. But I think typically we've been going live at 25 past and then sticking the 5-minute countdown on there. Seems to be working all right.
Yeah, that sounds good to me, and that keeps it nice and clear for you as well, so you know what's going on. Because it's a bit like putting 15 seconds in the chat. It's all very well, but you've got to have an eye on
15 seconds when I'm like looking at the screen. I'm like, what is actually 15 seconds?
10, 9, yeah.
So we're kind of all actually on the same page when we go live, which is quite good.
Yes. Yeah.
I've also added this just in case if there's any issues.
No, that's good. That's good. Yes.
Oh God, it was fucking David's microphone.
Oh yes.
God, yeah,
This,
it just would not work, and I had to just fucking basically bullshit for like 2 minutes, just making shit up and just saying whatever.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Oh, I told my girlfriend I did have a bit of a blooper a couple of shows ago. I was talking about Angela Smith, the funny tinge woman.
Yes.
Couldn't fucking recall her name, and I said Angela White, and I said to her, Angela White's a porn star.
Oh no!
Oh, that's brilliant.
No one picked up on it, thank God.
Also, that's a bit of a self-report. You watch so much porn that you know them by name. Okay.
It's not that. It's just I have general knowledge of stuff.
General knowledge.
That's a very nice point. Yeah, look, I'm an educated man. I know all of the porn stars. Yeah. I'm a high-cultured dude. Yeah.
I respect education. I don't discriminate what topics it is. I just want to be very informative.
Exactly.
That's exactly it.
An informed
General
electorate
knowledge.
is a smart electorate. I love it. Good.
Yeah, exactly.
Guinness Book of
you.
Records, general knowledge information. You know.
I'm going to London tomorrow for the next 2 days. I'm staying around Lewis's.
Oh, awesome.
Hopefully meeting up with the Jam Man again.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Yeah, but it's not set in stone because so James Schneider is really good at replying to you, right? He literally responds to you straight away. Ollie is like Jeremy's comms guy. He's the one I had to speak to set the first interview. I messaged him. He just hasn't replied, although he's been active in the group chat, which is like, oh. So I said to James, like, I tried messaging Ollie, he's not replied. So I was just drop him a line, let him know, because James, like, he suggested that we go to them and film, like, they really want to get shots of, like, random constituents going up to Jeremy and saying, oh, we love you, and giving him a hug or whatever, like, to show that he's loved. So that's kind of the plan, but obviously Ollie's the guy, so he hasn't really replied. I think I'm just going to, I'm going anyway to do Vox Pops. I'm just going to, if I don't reply, I'm just going to fucking track the cunts down. I'm going to find him anyway.
Yeah. Sounds good. By the way, Angela White is also an author, so you might have got saved there.
That's who I meant. I meant.
Except that she also writes porn. So.
Okay.
You're right there either way. So.
Well, that's what he's there. He's reading it for the articles. That's what it's there for. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm a reviewer.
It's the literary prowess.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, curse the fucking name then.
Yeah.
I just want to talk about some fucking racist, not about porn stars.
What a great defence. I just wanted to talk about some racists.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Exactly. Fucking hell.
Yeah. Oh.
Also, we really need to have a call. Callum really wants a call on Sunday about election night.
Election night. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Do you know
I'd
what,
like some
Callum is
clarity on
fucking well into this.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a
got
good
some
person.
wicked
to have involved.
ideas.
Yeah, he's a
He
really
said
good
he
person.
wants to produce for the whole 12 hours though.
involved.
I know. He's like, I'll do the whole thing. I was like, wow, okay.
I think I really think that actually to divide it into 2 periods of 6 hours and split it between 2 people would be really smart, because
I agree.
Callum is brilliant. but the problem is he will get fatigued, and the fatigue will make him make mistakes, or he'll get stressed.
Yeah.
And you don't want him to be stressed behind the because then all the guests will get stressed, and then it's just good practice to make sure that people have breaks.
Yeah,
and
I
kids
want
have-
to. Well, I want to get as many people on board, so there's enough people to like. I would like because David lives around the corner from me. I'd like him to come here and sit
Yeah.
in this seat and cover me while I go for a nap or a big old shit.
Yeah, sounds good. Yes, just hear that microphone is really good. Microphone's really, really good. We can hear him. We can hear Curtis straining in the background.
I'll have to get a fucking auto gain on it.
Hear him swearing about Keir Starmer as well as he wants.
Fucking cunt!
Yeah.
He's won his seat. Fuck!
Yeah.
Oh.
You know who I really want to lose his seat, or not get his seat? Luke Akehurst.
Oh my.
Give me that.
That would be good. That would be good.
But he's being given a lovely, lovely safe seat.
Yeah.
He's gonna be in Parliament for the next 200 years.
Yes. Yes. Is that how long lizard people live? I don't know.
Something like that. And I think he's not going to stop until he gets to press the nuclear buttons. He's
Yeah.
probably the only person in existence who actually just wants to press it.
I know. He is mad.
His campaign video is excellent, though.
Oh yes, yes.
It's so fucking Alan Partridge.
Well, he is. He basically is. He's basically weird fascioid. Well, not fascioid, but like weird conservatoid Alan Partridge. Yeah.
But like what he's saying is like, oh, I've come to Durham because I've changed the Labour Party and I care about electing a government. He said nothing about like his local, because he doesn't have any local ties. Nothing about like the local area. It was all just about, I want a Labour majority and I changed the party. It was.
I changed the
pathetic.
party to a party that can win, and it's like it's not really what I look for when I look for principles. Is like winning. Well, it's not really the goal I'm going for. Just somebody who can win. Because like there's no difference between any of them if you're just after somebody who can win.
I want someone who doesn't think the UN's anti-Semitic.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, but the UN is anti-Semitic, so like,
Well, I know that, but I want
it's literally Hitler.
Hamas.
So, yeah.
Quite
I'm
famous.
pretty sure it's Hamas. Oh, by the way, Oz Kataji was on my tits again today.
Oh, okay.
I don't know this person.
Do you not know him? Do you know him, Kevin?
I'm vaguely aware of him from when I used to be on the Twitters. Yes.
We keep on having public spats because anytime you like slightly disagree with him, he goes, "You're just a fucking crank hard left guy," and he literally libelled me today. He said Curtis Daly hates Jews, and said you're an anti-Semite about 4 times. I've screenshot
Finally,
everything.
someone fucking said it. Jesus Christ!
Fuck, have you found out?
That's finally a breath of fresh air, honesty and truth in British politics.
Oh,
we,
by a centrist warhawk as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Should we start the countdown?
Yeah, just quickly, Kevin, have you read the scripts?
I have,
Scanned
yes.
through?
Yes.
Are you comfortable with all the stories? Anything you're not so sure about? Or you're all
No,
all
I'm good. No, I've been following it all.
Oh, brilliant.
Awesome. Okay, cool. I'll take me and Kevin off, and then yeah, we're good. We're good. All happy?
Yep.
I'm muted. So it's like there's literally no reason for me to whisper. Because I'm literally muted. So this is pointless, yeah. Yeah, so it's just you and me, everyone, for the next 5 minutes. As we watch a countdown. It's got fucking good production values. You see, it's got like that proper like TV earpiece. It's fucking dope. Yeah, Vogel. No, it's just yeah. The TERFs that follow Rowling might boycott Labour. Most are right wing anyway. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I'll mention it when we get to it, but I don't see that if he stuck to the thing that he obviously believes, which is that trans people are like a real thing, I don't think he'd lose any votes because the TERFs are all going to vote either Conservative or Reform because they know what a real woman is, that sort of thing. At least they can define adult human femoid chicken. You know, that sort of thing.
Stop it. Get some help.
He really ought to. He ought to. Are you rubbing your nipples, Kevin? Good morning. I am not, but thank you for checking in on the nipple. Always good. Thank you, Marcel Paul, for resubscribing. 40 months. Much love. It's the final countdown. Etc. Yes, so the things we've got to talk about, or the things that are on the agenda, and there are multiple, which is why it's not agendum. A little bit of Latin for you there. We've got some of the polling stuff from the UK election, some stuff about reform, naturally. Oh yeah, about reforms polling stuff. Proportional representation. J.K. Rowling. Oh God, yeah. And play donation banner. What? Oh, that's he's got instructions for himself. Sorry, yes, no, my bad. Oh yeah, Nigel Farage's NATO bit as well. So yeah, there's plenty of shit. Plenty of shit to get through. Turn left in 200 meters. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Never mind, I'm switching here. Happy to see. Well, hello, Bella Rose Thorne. You should hit the follow button. I noticed that you weren't following. There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen,
boom.
We got him. Victory is ours.
And thank you also for... firstly, thank you for following, Bella. Much love. And secondly, I will now be turning off the alert box for the duration of this conversation, because I want to try and give a vaguely professional sounding series of answers, so I don't want to be like halfway through a discussion of like you know, the right wing approach towards the Ukraine a situation, or like geopolitics or polling in the election, and then have me say in my own ear that's a stiff dick of poop. No, I don't need that as a distraction. What I need is clear heads, clear head, some thought. That's what I'm into. That's what we need. That's the energy we're fucking going with tonight. You and professional suck my anus. He says, trying to sound professional. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. What's the game tonight? Belgium, Romania. Oh, it's a big one. Oh, 2 favourites for the tournament. Lol. Can we still hear him on the live feed? They can't hear me.
Good evening and welcome to Normal Island Live. This is our 10th show, so happy anniversary to us. My name is Curtis Daly and I will be your host this evening. And I'm joined by none other than Kevin Logan. The Kev is making his first appearance on Normal Island. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm very well, thank you. And as the most normal person on Normal Island, I'm glad to be here.
We'll soon see about that, won't we? But let's get to the first story of the night. A Redford and Wilton poll on under 24-year-olds have put Reform in second place, beating the Liberal Democrats and the Greens. As you can see, Labour are miles ahead with 47%, Reform with 21%, beating the Lib Dems with 15%, and the Greens with a surprisingly low 7%, and the Tories dead last with 6%. Now, among all ages, Reform has surged to second place in the north. Now you can see here that Labour are first with 35%. Notice a drop of 7 points, with Reform second place with 26%. Now, it's not surprising that Reform are doing well nationally with the complete collapse of the Tories. But this is a second YouGov MRP poll that has the Tories on its lowest ever number of seats in history. YouGov predicts that Labour will win 425 seats with just 39% of the votes, and the Tories on 22%, which YouGov predicts a record low of 108 seats. Kevin, I mean, less surprising about Reform's national polling, but second place with young voters. I mean, look, it is one poll, but that is certainly breaking conventional wisdom. I mean, what do you think about that?
Yeah, well, as you say, it is just one poll, so take it with a pinch of salt. But I think it is an interesting result. I think there are a number of factors at play. Firstly, the collapse of the Conservative vote, not just because they're generally terrible, of course, in a number of ways, both spiritually and legally, but the fact that they don't actually really represent Conservative positions, right? They're very high tax, they're very high immigration, for instance, which if you're a person for whom those issues really matter, you're not going to vote for this version of the Conservative Party. So there really is the only rightist option as such is probably the Reform Party, albeit I would argue the Labour Party is kind of rightist, but maybe we'll get into that later. But the fundamental and I think biggest underlying factor in this is the abandonment of the centre ground, especially by younger cohorts of voters. So you have in both the 18 to 24 and 24 to 35, is it, I think, the Reform Party gaining ground. But you also see, I think, the Green Party gaining ground as well. Because the kind of centrist politics, the kind of neoliberal economic orthodoxy that we've seen for 40 years, isn't serving those younger people. There used to be a theory that the younger you were and the less economically advanced you were in your life, the more left-wing you were, and then you became more reactionary as you got kind of more economically advantaged later on in life. But because that isn't happening, because the kind of Thatcherite, Reaganite, neoliberal hellscape has been instituted, the younger generations are not getting richer, and so there's a roadblock to that kind of change. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to the left. Some of them are looking for alternatives to the centre ground politics, which can be Reform, it can be the Workers' Party with George Galloway, it could be the Green Party. To some people, it might even be the Liberal Democrats, who might try and position themselves in a more progressive light.
What do you think it could be driving the push to reform for younger people? I mean, we can understand the material circumstances of why we have this so-called generation left,
Yeah.
which is more radical leftist politics among the young. And of course, more radical politics is emerging for these people, but why potentially are young people moving rightwards?
Well, firstly, the right own all of the media, so they have an inherent built-in advantage of access. You see, for instance, Nigel Farage has had 20 years now, or actually more than 20, nearly a quarter of a century, of essentially free prime-time propaganda. He has been on Question Time God knows how many times. He gets positive press on GB News, in the Daily Mail, in the Sun, all the time. He's lauded as someone respectable, when he really oughtn't be. He's a kind of frog Adolf Hitler crossover. But he's treated in that respectable way. And so there isn't quite the same stigma attached to his politics as there would be to the Tory party if they had the exact same policies. Also, he's a much more plain-speaking guy. He can communicate ideas in a way that no Conservative politician, other than maybe Boris Johnson, I suppose, has been able to. So he connects with people in a way. And he does offer a kind of alternative. I would argue it's not really that much of an economic alternative, but he does offer at least a kind of moral alternative to the Westminster elite. Even though I'm sure he actually wants to be part of that elite. That's why he parties with the Tories and stuff, you know. But he does offer some kind of difference. And in the same way that during the Brexit referendum, you can't offer status quo to people who have no stake in status quo, the Conservative Party and the Labour Party are essentially offering status quo to people who have no stake in it, so they're looking to anybody else. Which is why, even though in the poll, Labour Party are on 47%, that's down 7 points. People don't actually want to vote for them, there's nothing else in many areas.
Yeah, I mean, I would say since maybe 2015, maybe earlier, typically you were seeing polling for the Labour Party around 60%.
Yeah.
It probably peaked under Jeremy Corbyn. I want to kind of touch upon what you said about the media. I mean, you're absolutely right. The right wing pretty much have control over the media narrative, but that's legacy media, and of course, millennials, Zoomers, and even younger are paying less attention to the mainstream media. So I guess the question will be, how are right-wing forces or reform reaching younger people? Obviously, you could say through TikTok, through social media, but what is it about the right-wing ideology that potentially entices? Obviously, not most young people. Most young people are going to be left-wing for a very long time, but a significant portion of young people feel enticed by right-wing politics or right-wing populist politicians.
Well, firstly, in terms of the media, even though people are paying less attention to the legacy media, that doesn't mean that effect has gone. You know, the BBC is still the largest media organisation, certainly in Britain, and one of the largest on earth. It has huge sway, and the fact that it has been captured by conservative forces, both on its governing body and in terms of its essentially censure of criticism of certain governmental policies and things. You see it with the fact that, you know, the Question Time, the flagship programme, is essentially a right-wing love fest most bloody weeks. It's terrible. When the most, you know, left-wing person there is some sort of right-oid Labour MP, it's silly. And secondly, because the same money that bought the legacy media still exists on the right, they're now buying new social media as well. So you have literally Elon Musk pumping the gas at Twitter. You have groups, all kinds of dark money groups putting money into Facebook. If you look at the trending page, it's often people like Ben Shapiro in the Daily Wire, not because of organic growth or people liking that stuff, but because they've got the dark money to be able to pump it and put advertising on it and get, you know, that out there. And that obviously then feeds into a loop with the algorithm as well, because it thinks that people want this kind of news, whereas actually they're being kind of bought that space. And in terms of the appeal that rightist politics has, it's the same in some respects as with all age groups. It appeals to a base instinct, right? It appeals to a base instinct and then gives you a very simple, albeit wrong, enemy to go after. So we know as leftists that the enemy isn't someone coming over in a boat, it's the people in the city of London, right? It's bankers, it's horrific politicians, it's CEOs and billionaires that are your enemy. Your enemy's in pinstripes, not in a boat. But it's very easy to say, we haven't got enough houses, look at these people who want houses, rather than who's stopping us from building houses. Why are houses so expensive? It's not a Romanian, it's a British person. But it's a very simple scapegoat. The same playbook has been played by the Conservatives for 200 years, basically, which is, like I say, to give a simple answer to a difficult question which masks their economic thievery from the working class.
I'm wondering if there's potentially all of that combined with another analysis. Look, we have consistently said for a long time that the myth of becoming more conservative as you get older, well, it is a myth, because actually it's a response to our material circumstances. Now, actually, when Margaret Thatcher was in power, majority of young people were Thatcherites or supported Thatcher. It's very different today, and young people, if anything, are becoming more radical rather than more conservative, because the initial Thatcherite ideology, which helped aspiring working class people to become middle class or wealthy, a lot of that through essentially using the public realm, such as council housing, and using that to make money. That was very beneficial to sort of the Gen X sort of people.
Yeah.
However, I have this view, and I've had it for quite a while now, that this generation left isn't solidified, and actually there is a danger we can lose the left. And that is, I see it on TikTok, this prevailing idea of the hustle culture. Now, people understand that things are very hard. People understand that things are very hard for younger people. But I think there's a subsection of young people who are falling into the trap of things are shit, and I'm not going to rely on other people. I'm going to essentially pull up my bootstraps, 2, 3, 4 jobs, and get in that sort of grind mentality. And we're seeing that on TikTok. It's a very surprising response when typically majority of people, majority of young people, are looking more to collective politics. There is a subsection of people who are leaning into the individualist ideology, which, by the way, I don't think is completely separate from being influenced by Andrew Tate, for example, and obviously this is probably going to be more prevalent on young men, but obviously Andrew Tate doesn't just represent misogyny. Andrew Tate represents its purest form of Thatcherism.
Yeah.
Because that's what it's all about. Hustlers University, fuck everybody else, I need to make money. And I think that is drawing on younger people as well, which is a big danger. Now, go on, you were going to say something.
I was just going to say, I think Andrew Tate is, like you say, the perfect distillation. He is the absolute creation of Thatcherite, atomized, de-socialized, if you will. You know, her famous phrase, "There's no such thing as society." He embodies that. He's absolutely that. That's selfish. Everyone else is there to be used for my personal benefit, and fuck everyone else, basically. And yeah, it's not surprising to me that there are a subsection of people who react well to that kind of stimulus, because in a world where, like I say, the media is controlled by economic forces that want you to not feel like the government is ever going to be the answer, or that the society around you can ever be relied upon, if you've been told that from birth, and basically if you're under the age of 50, you have been told that from birth, basically by the kind of mainstream rock solid consensus of Westminster and the media, you're going to go, well, if there's no one else to rely on, I'm going to have to rely on me. 4 jobs, 5 jobs, delivering for Deliveroo or Just Eat or whoever, right? Earning a pittance and accepting that as your lot in life, like a kind of medieval serf, but with a car instead, instead of a plough. It's a shame, and it's sad, but it's totally understandable given the way that consent has been manufactured amongst a certain section of society. And unfortunately, it's going to take quite a long time, and probably you might have to essentially skip some generation here to actually get to teaching younger generations, the kind of Gen Z people coming through, not to fall into that same trap.
Now, I want to bring the focus back to sort of electoral politics.
Yes.
Looking at the numbers that we had of the polling earlier, these results pretty much would only give Reform maybe 4 or 5 seats. It gives the Greens 2. Now, obviously, I'm personally very glad that there isn't a huge influx of Reform MPs under first past the post. But this is about democracy. I mean, and I think it's clear that, look, Labour are not going to implement PR under any circumstances. But in terms of the discourse, PR will be a prominent subject after the election. Do you think this, potentially in any way, could put some pressure on the Labour Party to look at PR? I mean, they'll obviously resist, but if they refuse to even touch it, to even talk about it, could this actually have a negative consequence for the party when they're in power?
Unfortunately, no, I don't think it will. As much as I'd like it to. In fact, they'll probably use that as the argument, and it certainly was used by people when, if you remember, was it 2010 election when I think UKIP came third in the raw vote? UKIP, wasn't it? Yeah, which essentially is a very good analogue for the Reform Party, because it's Nigel Farage, basically. They came third overall in the total number of votes. Now, the Democrat inside me says they should get, therefore, the 3rd largest number of seats, that the people voted for that. If democracy is to mean anything, your vote actually has to count for something. But also, I was very glad that Nigel Farage and his ilk weren't in Parliament, although there were people they were replaced with were just Tories, so was it actually any better? I think PR would be best, because if you actually look at the numbers, if you add up the Labour vote and the Lib Dem vote and the Green vote, vaguely liberal-ish to left politics is the majority. Consistently. Even in a bad year for Labour, if you add up all of those kind of progressive-ish to actually progressive voting blocks, you're going to end up with a majority. The Conservatives have been essentially unchallenged as the rightist party for the large majority of the last 200 years, and that's why they've been successful. It's not because Britain is naturally a more conservative place than anywhere else, it's because you have one brand on the right, unchallenged for 200 years, have their roots throughout the country. And so that's why they've been able to, monopolise a relatively small section of society to gain a majority of the votes. So I think it would be good to have PR, but I don't think there'd be any pressure for him to do so, because they can just point to the kind of horrific garbage, the kind of people that think we should have been neutral towards Hitler and things like that within the Reform Party, and say, do you actually want to empower these people with proportional representation? And they can point to Italy, where again, it's not a particularly massive majority, but it's enough of the majority to form a coalition where you've got a fascist that's able to take over, and it leads to unstable government as well in a lot of cases. So I think there won't actually be any pressure on him to do anything, especially if he gets a majority of 300, because then he's just a dictator. He can do whatever the hell he likes.
I think I agree with your analysis here because, look, I was asking this question, whether the national discourse of PR, which will be, if you want to look at it this way, a positive impact of reform gaining in the polls, is that at least the discussion around PR will be more prevalent. Unfortunately, it takes a right-wing party to do it, not when it's unfair on the left.
Yeah.
But essentially, there was two ways the Labour Party could go about this. It could be, look, we can't ignore PR anymore. Or, I think your analysis is correct, is essentially use what people who were against PR before in 2015, 2010 about UKIP, they said, well, all right, yeah, you can get more radical politics on the left, but look at the rise of the right. Which, by the way, first past the post hasn't stopped that. We can see that the centre ground has completely shifted to the right. Both Labour and the Tories are capitulating to reform. And actually, if we had first past the post earlier, then we might not have had to do that because we would have had more left-wing politics in Parliament.
Yeah.
But I think I do agree with your analysis there.
Indeed, yeah. And I think the point you make there about people in opposition always being more in favour of PR and people who are in power not being so is exactly that point. It's that if you're the recipient of the benefits of first past the post in having a large majority, it's like the turkeys voting for Christmas. Why would they? Exactly. Why would you give that up at the next election automatically without even fighting it? And of course the same two-faced snakes that exist in Westminster who will argue for proportional representation when it suits them, if they get themselves a majority, all of a sudden will completely abandon that because unfortunately, and this is sort of the problem with the nature of democratic politics, I suppose, is that people who seek power are never going to vote to give up their power.
Exactly.
And so that's why PR is always going to be a difficult sell. The thing is, of course, what would have been good if the Lib Dems hadn't been such, sellout so-and-sos and had been able to actually force the Tories into a position where they instituted some kind of alternative vote rather than just having a referendum and a 5p bag tax for 300,000 deaths. You'd actually be in a situation where you could essentially use it as the thin end of a wedge in which to get more progressive members of the Commons and possibly even democratise the Lords via proportional representation as well, and actually gain power in the heart of the beast, the belly of the beast in Westminster, for a more progressive alternative vote system or proportional representation or ranked choice voting or something like that. And that's a way you could have actually gained something. Whereas because the parties in power have had a stable enough hold on things, even in the coalition and in the Supply and Confidence Theresa May government, they've had a stable enough government structure there that they've not had any pressure on them to have any kind of change. Because why would they give that up?
We could probably talk about PR for the entire show. There's lots to unpack there. And in fact, you're going to get a better analysis of this than if you were to go on some centrist podcast, the rest is politics, whatever it's called, or the mainstream media. You ain't going to get an analysis like this. But we are going to move on to our next story. J.K. Rowling has attacked Labour in what she describes as the party turning its back on women. Now, she took to Twitter to post an article she wrote for The Times. With apologies to strike fans waiting for Book 8, I spent much of today writing this. I mean, she spends a lot of her time talking about trans people. At least she's admitting that she's prioritising this over her books. Now, this is what she said about Labour. J.K. Rowling has said she will struggle to support Labour if Sir Keir Starmer keeps his current stance on gender recognition. The Harry Potter author has authored a 2,000-word essay in The Times in which she outlines her dissatisfaction with the Labour Party's current position. In this piece, she criticises Sir Keir, as well as Shadow Home Secretary Yvette Cooper, Shadow Equality Secretary Annalise Dodds, Shadow Foreign Secretary David Lammy, and Shadow Attorney General Emily Thornberry. Now, in the article, the author speaks about how she thought she misheard Sir Keir in 2021 when he criticised Labour candidate Rosie Duffield for saying only women have a cervix. Sir Keir was asked about his statement in a recent leaders' debate, at which point he said he agreed with Sir Tony Blair that women have vaginas and men have penises. Rowling says she felt the Labour leader gave the impression that until Tony Blair sat down for a chat, he'd never understood how he and his wife had come to produce children. Rowling says the debate for left-leaning women like herself isn't, and never has been, about trans people enjoying the rights of every other citizen and being free to present and identify however they wish. As long as Labour remains dismissive and often offensive toward women fighting to retain the rights their foremothers thought were won for all time, I'll struggle to support them. Now, first of all, it's clear J.K. Rowling isn't left-leaning. I mean, she attacks Labour consistently under Jeremy Corbyn. Now, in the article, she also explained how it was an issue of free speech, that people shouldn't be hounded for speaking up. Now, it's funny she says that because she consistently piles on and abuses people with a much smaller following than her. Her abuse of India Willoughby, for example, is well documented. Kevin, Labour have worked hard to appease the TERFs. I mean, you even have Wes Streeting saying, well, he regrets calling trans women women and trans men men. Yet J.K. Rowling has still decided to write a 2,000-word article attacking Labour and trans people.
Yes, I mean, there are a number of lessons that I hope will be learned, although I suspect they won't be, because Keir Starmer is a person who believes nothing, frankly, and will sell out any principle he ever claimed to ever hold, or any policy he ever had. Firstly, don't try and appease TERFs. Firstly, because as the nominally left-wing party in this race, or certainly of the two main parties, let's say, they're not voting for you. These people are conservatives, these people are fascists, and those are the two types of TERF you are. Or you're a baby TERF who doesn't realise how toxic it is, and eventually you'll get out. Either way, they're not voting for you. Stop trying to appease them, it's ridiculous. And secondly, it goes beyond just they're not going to vote for you, but you can't appease them. For them, it's all or nothing. These people speak in erasure. They speak in a certain kind of genocidal tone towards trans people. They want trans people excised from public space completely. They don't want any legal or financial protection for trans people in any way whatsoever. So unless you offer them absolutely everything, which you can't realistically do, even given Britain's international law obligations to people, you can't possibly do that. So don't try and appease them. Giving them half of what they want is not possible. You either tell them to go away, you're not serious people, I'm not going to take this drivel seriously, or you have to give them everything. So he's trying to play it both ways, and it's not really going to succeed for him, because you're likely going to lose more votes from progressive people who don't want to vote for transphobic nonsense than you are actually going to pull over any TERFs from voting Conservative or Reform. Secondly, before we even get into the kind of the substance of what she said, just the fact that she wrote this in the Times newspaper, I think, completely undermines any credibility she has on the topic of women's rights, etc. Because, as we know, the Times newspaper is owned by News International, run formerly by Rupert Murdoch and now by his son, who have been involved in basically every virulent misogynistic campaign from any political figure in the Western world in the last 50 years. They have been responsible for the rise of the anti-abortion movement in the United States, along with evangelical Christians, which has taken away abortion rights and contraception rights and stuff in America, as well as, of course, raising Donald Trump, a man who is self-admittedly a rapist, looking to his first marriage and the civil settlement, which he agreed to, the affidavit thereof, to the position of the most powerful man on earth. You have his support of Margaret Thatcher and her undermining of gay rights with Section 28, which obviously affects women as well. The idea that she would write in that newspaper for that man and that movement about women's rights is a disgusting abuse of that term. Really, I mean, just unacceptable. It's not serious. It's political chicanery at best. Secondly, as to the point she makes, or the points she makes in the article, it's really bizarre, the idea that you can accept that trans people exist, but also understand how babies are created. Like, she seems to insist that he didn't know how he'd created his own children until Tony Blair told her. Like, and also, Can I just say, I don't give a fuck what Tony Blair says about anything. He also said, men have penises, women have vaginas. He said Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. I don't give a fuck what he has to say about basically anything. He should be at The Hague. He's a mass murdering war criminal. Secondly, I think the answer that Keir Starmer gave during the Question Time leaders thing was actually not too bad. It was still a bit gender essentialisty with his, reference to Tony Blair, although that's just a nod to the right wing of his own party. But he actually made some, I think, realistic points about the way in which this has been divisive and that needs to stop, which is stopping short of reinforcing the point he made about Rosie Duffield, whilst also saying that he doesn't necessarily not believe the thing he said. And that's, I think, realistically the best you're going to get out of him during this thing. And that wasn't enough. You can't negotiate with TERFs. So stop trying here. Have a semblance of principle and backbone and stick up for the human rights of some of the most oppressed people in this country. Or piss off. What good are you if you're not doing that?
I mean, you are right. You can't compromise these people. But it's not just on the issues of trans people. I mean, it's a thing on the right wing. I mean, we can draw parallels for... Let's say how Keir Starmer has pretty much lurched to the right on immigration and refugees. I mean, he's even saying that I don't even believe in new safe routes. Yet you still got a campaign ad that came out the other day from the Tories, filming them on the beach, rolling up the red carpet and saying this is what Keir Starmer's going to do. You've got Richard Tice saying that Labour and the Tories are two sides of the socialist coin. Like, no matter how much you pander to the right, they're going to attack you from the right, pretend you're left wing, because that only benefits their politics. So you're conceding for no real reason. Now, in terms of transphobia, it is even more prevalent. And I don't think it's crazy to say that essentially, unless you're calling for essentially the non-existence of trans people, to put it lightly, that's all they're going to accept. And we had Wes Streeting on The Sun, saying that I regret calling trans women women and trans men men. That is the most transphobic thing a Labour politician has said. Is ever possibly?
Possibly,
I mean,
yeah.
Obviously, we've got Rosie Duffield, but at least since... I mean, Jeremy Corbyn, when he was leader, he said trans women are women, trans men are men. Yeah. It was the first signal I'd seen for a very long time that Labour were taking trans people and their rights seriously. But what Wes Streeting said was so stark and so clear and incredibly transphobic that even still, J.K. Rowling is looking at the Labour Party saying they're not enough. Because, again, unless the policies pretty much put all trans people in danger, it's not enough.
Wes Streeting, you're not welcome at Pride. Don't turn up. You're not welcome. If you're going to sell out part of the queer community, then even you as a queer person can piss off. You're not welcome. Go away. You're no better than the fascist. In fact, arguably you're worse, because at least the fascists can be seen, whereas you are the wolf in sheep's clothing, pretending to stand for queer rights when you clearly do not. Also, realise this, the people calling for the erasure of trans people are being funded by people who want you in the camps as well, Wesley. That, I think, is worth bearing in mind. Yes.
Yeah. I was going to say as well, because when you think of Posey Parker was rallying with Nazis.
Yeah.
She'll pretend it's only about trans people or women's rights. Yeah. But it's not true.
Well, you've seen
once you concede on that point, you'll see she's actually anti-choice. She's actually really bad on cis women's rights, because she's trying to obviously play trans women and cis women against each other.
Yeah.
She is terrible on a whole host of things, and that's essentially what the TERF movement is. I mean, TERF is probably the wrong label for it, because it includes radical feminists in it. They're just conservatives.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame, because radical feminism has, I think,
sounds pretty cool.
A very noble historical and philosophical tradition. Traditions. There are many different types of radical feminism, and for them to be lumped in now with the kind of reactionary filth that are the TERFs is a shame. But it's a label that's stuck. It's just it's a shorthand for saying a person who is transphobic, who at least in theory appears to be on the left or is positioning themselves as if they're on the left. But we've seen that they're clearly not that. Like you say, Posey Parker marching with Nazis, and indeed the rest of her tough acolytes defending that as if that's a remotely acceptable thing. We've seen members of TERF organisations speaking with the Heritage Foundation in the United States, a evangelical Christian far-right think tank. These people are not on the left. They're not progressives. They don't really stand for, like you say, cis women's rights in many respects. And indeed, literally, Hitler gets quoted at their rallies, and not in some semblance of like, oh, they're against what he was having to say. They're very, very bizarrely into the patriarchal notions of men and women, which ultimately leads to the stamping down of women's freedoms. Which, again, ultimately is where this goes back to. This is being funded, this movement, by evangelical Christians from America, largely. If you look at the LGB Alliance, none of those people are lesbian, gay, or bisexual. They're just straight people who are Christians who want to, shit on trans people, because that's the acceptable group now. They realise you can't go after gay people in the same way, you can't go after lesbian people in the same way. You can still go after trans people. And so it's the kind of, I don't even know, the kind of the bogeyman of the gaps. Where's the next group they can go after? We've seen this, of course, with racial elements as well. You can't go after Jewish people in quite the same way you can with, say, Muslims. You can't go after gay people in the same way that you can go after trans people. This is there's like a hierarchy of bigotry that you're allowed to engage in, and it depends how far down you want to go as to how far right and open you're prepared to be. But it's tragic, because the Labour Party have said that they're going to stick by many of the recommendations in the Cass review, and by the puberty blocker ban that the Conservatives instituted sneakily just after the election was called, so that it wouldn't get any headlines. So there's no real reason to vote for the Labour Party if you're a progressive, because they're not doing harm reduction. They're not the lesser of two evils, they're just one of two evils.
Yeah, because at least for maybe if you were very unhappy with, I don't know, Ed Miliband's leadership, I mean, I thought it was still very neoliberal. There's a couple of good policies in there.
It was,
you at least
it was
had
okay.
the sense that there was socially liberal, though.
Yeah.
There was a utility. I mean, I voted Green in the first election, but, I could see the utility in voting Labour under Ed Miliband because they were socially more progressive. But you essentially have got a fundamentally social and economic conservative under Keir Starmer.
Yeah.
But we are going to move on. Again, we could probably talk about this all show.
Oh, yeah.
We've only got an hour. Now, let's go to some of our comments. If we can get them on screen now. Scribby has just become a YouTube member. Thank you for becoming a member. Your support is invaluable. It means everything, and we can only do it with you. We are just a voluntary media organisation, so thank you for your support. James Holmes gifted 5 Turn Left memberships. Again, thank you so much. Very generous of you. But you are a part of this journey of Turn Left, so thank you again. Specs being farmer, as short-sighted as the policy is, I can see the 20,000 tax thing is popular. It's crazy and would destroy public services, but I can see why people like this idea. I'm assuming you're referring to reforms, tax bracket change. Of course, yes. I mean, it's a good policy for those who are in that bracket who are paying taxes. If you're earning £17,000 a year and you're lifted out of tax, of course that's a good thing materially. I don't think it's a bad policy. The issue, though, is when reform wants to cut taxes for the working class, but also cut taxes for the wealthy, because that kind of offsets the work they've done, because inequality matters. I mean, there's this idea that people think, do you know what, I don't really care if the rich get incredibly rich, as long as I'm better off. But the problem is, when the rich get richer, inequality will eventually make you poorer. So, for example, us working class people rely on public services. It is essential that it is funded properly. We have the NHS as something we rely on. Those who are in the 1%, top 1%, or the 1/10 of the 1%, sound like Bernie Sanders, if you're a multi-millionaire, billionaire who doesn't necessarily rely on those public services, well, you can have your tax cut, and if you want, you can just go private. So the public realm is a form of wealth for ordinary people. even though it looks like you've got more money in your pocket because you're saving on taxes, think about the private taxes. I mean, it was the argument Bernie Sanders actually made for universal healthcare. People say, well, you're going to raise our taxes if you have universal healthcare, but you don't have to pay any insurance premiums. So that's a point there. But I agree, obviously, it's a good retail offer for people. If they're looking at the Labour Party and they cannot see any retail offer, but Reform says you are directly going to benefit in the short term for this, I can see that. It's why it's a clever policy from Reform. Any more questions? Hakan Osalan, I hope I pronounced that correctly. J.K. Rowling literally hangs out with no neo-Nazis and is obsessed with trans people. She has been far from progressive for a long time. Yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, look, if you're an extreme transphobe, you're not a progressive. It's not like, oh, I'm really, really left-wing on everything, but suddenly when it comes to this specific issue, I have a different view. And they try and dress it up as, oh, it's about women's rights. It's bollocks. You scratch a turf, you find a reactionary, a conservative. And yes, she is obsessed, and she sat in a big old castle just tweeting about trans people. I'm sure her family are very worried about her. Rachel Atwood, good to see you again. This is one instance where Starmer could take a page from Biden's book, just accept trans identities as they are, move on. It's a really good point, because what I find quite astonishing is in America, you have more of a polarization of views. There is extreme transphobia in the US, trans people being killed. I mean, not to say that, well, we know that Brianna Jai was murdered in the UK, so it happens here too, but it's even worse in America. Yet you've got the Democrats, for all their faults, how terrible they are on the economy, obviously how terrible Joe Biden is on supporting genocide, he's complicit in it. The Democrats haven't been afraid to stand up for trans people, even if it's just on rhetoric. I mean, their policies doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be good. I mean, universal healthcare benefits trans people, for example. You need to have that sort of class element there too. But at least on rhetoric, they're willing to say, we care about trans people, because the majority of people care about the material conditions. I think you're absolutely right there, Rachel. Keir Starmer shouldn't fall for the trap. He should just say, trans rights are human rights. Supporting trans women is not contradictory in supporting cis women. How people want to divide it. He could do that, but he doesn't, because he's a weak man. Now, Turn Left is still completely voluntary. We have multiple people working on these shows. We've got this amazing producer in the background who's doing all these graphics, doing the camera and the comments and stuff. So we are all working really hard in our spare times to bring this content to you. So we would really appreciate it that if you subscribe, if you haven't already, make sure you share our content. And if you can support us on Patreon for £3 or £5 a month. The goal is to become a fully funded media organisation where people can dedicate their time to Turn Left with a wage. Now, moving on and keeping with the Labour Party. John Ashworth was videoed on the street being asked about his stance on Gaza and his support for Benjamin Netanyahu. Yet he immediately pulled his own phone out and claims he was being bullied.
Do you condemn Netanyahu? Yes or no?
See, I am not going to have these guys.
I'm just a simple question. Do you condemn Netanyahu?
I'm not going to have these guys bully me off the street.
No one's bullying you. It's a simple question. We're asking you why you abstained for the vote. You have to vote for a ceasefire. It's a simple question. No one's bullying you. If you can't answer the question, say it.
We're not going to have the people intimidate us.
No one's intimidating you. It's a simple question. Why did you abstain? Why did you abstain for the vote for Gaza? It's not a bully. So me asking you why you abstained for the Gaza vote is bullying you. How is that bullying you?
And people have Leicester South.
We have every right to question why you didn't represent us in Parliament.
And if you want these people to win this election, if you want the bullies...
He doesn't want us to ask him why he abstained from the Gaza vote. If you call us asking you why you abstained...
You've got to vote against this.
Why did you abstain from the Gaza vote?
These people don't decide.
Why did you abstain from the Gaza vote? It's not bullying, it's not intimidating. It's a simple question. It's a simple question. You got the blood of Palestinian men, women and children on your hands.
So if you want to make sure
he's a disgrace. Is Netanyahu a war criminal? Why couldn't you condemn him?
You've got to get out.
Why couldn't you condemn Netanyahu?
On July the 4th.
Why couldn't you condemn Netanyahu? Why couldn't you condemn him? Asking you why you abstained from the ceasefire is bullying now. How is asking you why you abstained from the ceasefire vote bullying and intimidating.
And here we can see people are bullying me. Vote Labour July the 4th. Oh, it's just pathetic. Look, I don't know about you, but I can't see in any way how Ashworth was being bullied. He was being asked questions on the issue of a genocide. And before the person who approached him finished their point, he already had his camera out. I mean, if it was bullying, why was he so ready to film? It's almost as if he was ready to smear ordinary people as bullies. Kevin, I mean, we're seeing more and more MPs claiming they're being abused, when in my eyes it's just accountability. We've seen it this week with Rosie Duffield, now with John Ashworth. I mean, do you think these MPs should just step down if they can't handle the heat?
Yeah, if you don't want to be questioned by constituents, by taxpayers, don't stand as a member of parliament. It's very simple. If you can't handle the heat, step down. Look, I understand wanting to protect your safety. You've seen people like Joe Cox be murdered, right? We've seen politicians be attacked in that way, and that's a shame. That really is. There's no real way of absolutely protecting that. There are some bad people and some mad people who unfortunately exist and aren't protected against and protected from themselves. But people like concerned citizens who want to question Rosie Duffield about her views about trans people, or to question John Ashworth about, as was rightly pointed out, the amount of blood that's on his hands from the war in Gaza, that's just a perfectly reasonable part of democratic dialogue. If he was so intimidated, why did he calmly get his phone out and start chatting and just continue to walk down the street? I don't know about you, when I feel intimidated, I don't tend to get out my personal belongings, which cost lots of money, and waggle them about in the face of the person who is intimidating me. He's full of shit, basically. He's a melter. And by the way, spot on impression. Sounded exactly like him. Love it. Yeah.
I mean, are you suggesting that he's performing here? It's
all, absolutely. You know,
circus.
Anything to play the victim, because they love doing that. It's the Zionist favourite trick. Always play the victim. Any opposition to them is oppression. You can't honourably disagree with a Zionist, it would appear, without being either a bully or anti-Semite or both. And secondly, it deflects from the actual issue. Because you'll notice the perfectly reasonable question, why did you abstain on the vote for ceasefire in Gaza, which he did do, I suppose didn't do, whatever, he didn't answer. He just played the victim, said, I'm being bullied, vote for me, etc., etc. And also played a little bit, like, I know people will say he was saying the bullies, but when you say you people, as the white man pointing at the Muslim, it does feel a little bit iffy. It does feel a little bit like you're making an ethnic point there, which is a bit unfortunate. Yeah,
that's the slight subtext I got from that video.
Yeah,
I can't obviously confirm if that's true.
It's distasteful. I don't think he's necessarily like some sort of hideous anti-Muslim bigot or whatever, but he's clearly an unaware middle-class white guy who doesn't really quite understand the dynamics of that, which is odd considering that he's standing in Leicester, an area with a very significant Muslim Muslim population in that city. So you would think he'd have a bit more about him than that, but he clearly doesn't. And yeah, if you're going to take the stance that you are on Israel, you can't have been surprised by the reaction you were going to get. Now, one thing I have been surprised about and disgusted by is the fact that the Gaza situation really has not played in this general election at all. Outside of one instance of the SNP leader in Westminster mentioning it in one of those 7-way debates, I don't think anyone's really made the point. The cast iron consensus between Labour and the Conservative Party as to the fact that Israel just has carte blanche to do what it likes. I mean, literally today they attacked Gaza City, another few dozen murdered. It barely makes a headline. It barely makes a dent. It's not being talked about. The evil individuals in the heart of Westminster and the media establishment which have allowed for this, have defended this, have run cover for this, are not being held to account for this during a general election. If we can't question them about it now, when the hell can we? When would John Ashworth like us to be able to do a democracy? If we can't can't question
is only when you vote at the ballot box, though, Kevin.
Well, exactly,
right?
but
I mean, you can't have any participation in there.
Yeah, and you can't even question him as to his stances, so that you can make an informed decision about who to vote for.
Well, do you know what? That really reminds me of when the Green Party did this excellent graphic on Twitter, which was a list of MPs, Labour and Tories, on their voting record on Gaza, and they were saying the Green Party is putting people's safety in jeopardy. It's like, they're just publishing public information.
Yeah.
You can go and see
That's-
how your MP voted, and that's it, because they don't like accountability.
That's
So
all
I
in
think-
Hansard. That information will still be in Hansard in 100 years'
Sure.
time. It's fine. What?
Look, I think we can all agree here, and you've already said it, abuse of MPs is an issue.
Yeah.
It should be condemned. But a lot of that abuse, I think, are aimed at those who the media are either already hostile to or ignored. I mean, think about Diane Abbott, Salma Begum. They've received awful Islamophobia, anti-black racism. So I want to ask you, do you think there is potentially an element of racism at play here? Because it seems like many white MPs are playing the victim, when often those same people have nothing to say about the treatment of minority MPs.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. There's an element of racism, there's an element of misogyny, and there's an element of, let's call it trot hunting for sake of the Labour phrase there. The racial element of it is, yeah, you've got people like Diane Abbott, and the other one who was deselected, whose name I've totally forgotten off the top of my head, who was literally found out via the news that she'd been deselected.
Faiza Shaheen.
Faiza Shaheen, thank you very much. Yes. Again, if this was Rosie Duffield, we need to treat Rosie Duffield with kid gloves. She needs to be wrapped in cotton wool. She can't even do a hustings because people might ask her hostile questions, right? But with Diane Abbott, she has to put up with Conservative Party donors saying that, literally the quote, she makes you want all black women to be dead or to be killed, right? And yet is still acceptable as a Tory party donor after having said that. You have then, during that scandal, Keir Starmer doing his faux thing of going up and saying, is there anything I can do for you? She says, can I have the whip back? And he just ignores her and goes back to her. Because that's fine. Because she's just supposed to just take that abuse. Women, people of colour, are just supposed to sit there and take it as the rich white boy club does its thing. It's disgusting. And I think you've seen with the kind of left bashing as well, the amount of vitriol that was poured on people like Jeremy Corbyn and Diane Abbott and John McDonnell and to a degree George Galloway, although I do admit he is very problematic in his own way. But I think some of the opprobrium that has been pushed on him is out of place and is too much. Because they have at least nominally left-wing views, and that goes against the Westminster establishment. These people's lives have been put in a significantly higher amount of danger because of people saying, you know, literally saying that Jeremy Corbyn's a danger because he wears a tie, or indeed a danger because he doesn't wear a tie.
He was a target of a terrorist attack.
Yeah, exactly.
In Finsbury Park.
Literally, yeah.
Foiled.
Yeah,
So he could be dead today because of a terrorist attack,
Yeah.
which I'm sure had nothing to do with the newspapers calling him Hamas supporter,
Exactly.
terrorist sympathiser, a fucking Czech spy.
Well, exactly, yeah, Leah. Literally having him portrayed from the same organisation that portrayed Rishi Sunak as Superman, portraying him in front of the Kremlin wearing a Ushanka with a red star on it, as if he was a member of the KGB or whatever, you know? Any terrorist attack that's done is obviously the fault of the terrorist. But in terms of the blame, that can equally be put by the people who put them up to the task and the people who goaded them into acting upon whatever irrational thing they had going on in their heads. And the media have been absolutely front and centre in desperately trying to attack, even in the most disreputable ways, the people like Diane Abbott and Jeremy Corbyn. And we've been very lucky, I think, that those terrorist attacks have been foiled and that nothing actually has happened to those people, because the media have been trying to stoke that fire. They would have been guilty of that, and frankly I think there are lots of members of the British media who are rather disappointed that that hasn't happened. I couldn't name them, of course, that would be incredibly gauche and potentially illegal, but I think you know some of the people I might be referring to.
Well, we can refer back to when Jeremy Corbyn was hit, or punched in the face. I mean, look, we all love a good political egging. I mean, Ed Miliband copped a couple, and he took it with grace, by the way. But this egging from Jeremy Corbyn, the guy had the egg in his hand, but he punched him in the face. Guido Fawkes and other people in the media downplayed it and thought it was funny. Oh, it was excellent. He was punched in the head, and they laughed at him. So clearly they didn't care about his safety. Very selective there. But 100% no notes there. Again, I agree with everything you say, but we do have to move on. And it is the final story of the evening. Nigel Farage has caused fury after claiming that NATO expansion provoked Vladimir Putin to attack Ukraine on the BBC with Nick Robinson.
I stood up in the European Parliament in 2014 and I said, and I quote, there will be a war in Ukraine. Why did I say that? It was obvious to me that the ever eastward expansion of NATO and the European Union was giving this man a reason to his Russian people to say they're coming for us again and to go to war.
But you were echoing him.
I was, sorry.
You were echoing him. That's what Putin says.
No. Sorry, I've been saying this actually since the 1990s. Ever since
so
the fall
is
of the
he.
wall. But hang on a second. We've provoked this war. It's, of course it's his fault. He's used what
But
we've done
we
as an
provoked
excuse.
the invasion of
yes,
Ukraine.
and very interestingly, once again, 10 years ago when I predicted this, by the way, I'm the only person in British politics that predicted what would happen. And of course, everyone said I was a pariah for daring to suggest it. George Robertson, former Labour cabinet minister, who went on to become the Secretary General of NATO, has in the last couple of weeks said the war is a direct result of EU expansion.
But I'm asking you about because it's your judgment and you want to be Prime Minister. Let me ask you about someone else.
My judgment has been way ahead of everybody else's in understanding this.
Now, as a leftist, of course, I'm hugely sceptical of NATO. I mean, look, it's been a tool of capitalist hegemony and imperialism. But look, since the war in Ukraine, I've personally had a more nuanced view of NATO. I mean, I wouldn't say I have a strong stance either way, but maybe, just maybe, it's a temporary evil thing we have to put up whilst Putin is around. However, Putin instigated the invasion. It is Russian imperialism. There is absolutely no excuse for it. Now, this hasn't stopped people comparing Jeremy Corbyn to Nigel Farage. David Gauke, former MP and minister, said this: if you want the economic policies of Liz Truss and the pro-Putin policies of Jeremy Corbyn, vote reform. Now, calling Jeremy Corbyn pro-Putin, I think, is absolutely absurd. Corbyn has been on record calling out Russian oligarchs giving huge sums of money to the Conservatives. He's protested Chechnya when the political establishment sided with Putin, and has been a long critic of Putin, even when Tony Blair praised him for being an intelligent and strong leader. Kevin, I mean, what do you make of Farage's comments? I mean, is he right, or is he spreading pro-Putin propaganda?
No, I think he's full of poop, frankly. And his grandstanding about I was the only one that was right is clearly nonsense. There have been lots of people who have been predicting this since the end of the Cold War, basically. And it's not hard to see how, given his involvement with the bombing of Chechnya, literally the razing of Grozny to the ground, his invasion of Georgia, his meddling in Armenia and Azerbaijan, and of course his fomenting, his diplomatic takeover of Belarus, his constant engagements with accidental overflyings into Finnish airspace. He sent a warship into the Irish Sea, into British waters. Look, he's constantly been trying to provoke across the board here, okay? Now, that doesn't make what NATO does good. I think I would have a stronger stance than yourself and say that I actually oppose NATO. I don't think they're a good organisation at all. I just happen to think that, like the clock being stopped, it will be right twice a day. It just so happens that NATO's interests align with the basic general moral position that is the Ukrainian people have the right to defend themselves against Russian aggressive imperialist ambition, right? But that's it. We are passing ships in the night, NATO and I, on this one particular issue, and that's it. But yeah, the idea that this was provoked, well, you'll notice that he says the words reason, that this gave Putin the reason, not the excuse, not the opportunity, the grubby opportunity that he took. No, the reason. So basically you're legitimising it. You're saying he had a legitimate reason to do what he has done, even on top of the fact that he'd already annexed the Crimean Peninsula directly against international law that no one else recognises outside of him and his own puppets. You are a bootlicker, Mr. Farage. You are a terrible person, and I think I put this down to not necessarily that he agrees with Vladimir Putin's overall goal, but this is it's sort of two-parter. Firstly, like a lot of semi-fascioid individuals like himself, they're actually authoritarian at heart, and they like the faux strongman tactics that Putin uses, which aren't actually strongman at all. They're very weak, because a strongman would have realised, oh, I've messed this up, and gotten out of the situation already. He's a very weak man who can't accept defeat, even 2.5 years into a 3-day military operation. Brilliant lad. And secondly, it's down to his white supremacy. He doesn't want to see the incorporation of Slavic peoples into the European family of nations, be that in the EU or NATO or anything else. He wants to see Western Europe, and Britain specifically, hived off from what he considers to be non-in-group peoples, like Ukrainians, like Russians, like whoever else might be accession countries to the European Union. And I think that's one of the core underlying reasons why he wanted out of the European Union in the first place. It's because he sees himself as above Polish people or Ukrainians or whoever, even Italians or French or Spanish, whatever. And he's a little Englander at heart. And so it's parochialism rather than necessarily fascism that inspires this. But either way, he's wrong. And I think Nick Robinson, to give him his credit for once, I don't think he's a great journalist, but he did a good job of making the point there that you're echoing his words. You're saying the thing that he is saying. And rather than realising that that's a bad thing, he doubles down, Nigel Farage, and says, oh no, I've been saying it since the 90s. Oh, well done. You've been parroting fascist nonsense since the 90s instead of just the last couple of years. Bravo, you idiot.
To pick up on your first point, I mean, it's a good point, which is that he says, I've been talking about this since the 90s. I'm very, very clever. I think anyone could see, regardless of who's to blame, there was going to be a war between at least the West and Russia, given the brilliant historical events you've just laid out, but also the tension between them. So I don't think it's an enlightening enlightening position to have. It's probably kind of obvious. Now, given that the political establishment are trying to claim that Corbyn is pro-Putin, and again, I think that's a load of nonsense. Do you think, though, that what Farage said is in any way compatible with Corbyn's position? Of course, we know Jeremy Corbyn is a skeptic of NATO. As I said, I'm ambivalent. I mean, some people might criticise me for being a bit too weak on this, but again, it's generally because I don't have a particular strong view on it. But I'm definitely a critic of NATO.
I think it's actually...
and many socialists are. But I want to sort of nail down is it possible that in some way they have similar opinions, or whether Farage is being honest or not, or is this just more centrist horseshoe theory crap trying to equate the two?
Oh no, it's definitely that. It's horseshoe theory nonsense. It's David Gork, a loyal, quote unquote, former Tory minister, trying to garner any kind of support for the Tory party in its desperate hour of need, which, by the way, will fail. But regardless, that's what he's trying to do there. In the same way that you saw the melter Keir Starmer say that the Tory manifesto was like a Jeremy Corbyn manifesto. He's essentially trying to do the same thing. He's the adult in the room, and it's crazy mad people like the Conservatives and Jeremy Corbyn, who are exactly the same somehow, who are to blame or whatever. It's nonsense. It's childish silliness. It's not to be taken seriously. Well, unfortunately, it is serious. But as to the actual point you made there about not being strong enough, I understand why some leftists have come around to a more ambivalent position on NATO, given the fact that Vladimir Putin's actions, and indeed the likes of Farage's backing up of those actions, have led to countries like Finland and Sweden, who had previously been themselves neutral and not really wanting to join NATO, now feel the necessity to do so. So if peripheral European nations are feeling that pressure, maybe NATO does have a future in a way that I don't want them to, but that you kind of have to just accept and move on with, if that makes sense. Which might seem like a kind of almost liberal position, but
well, I think that's where
you can't get past the reality of the situation. It just is what it is, you know.
But what I do find really funny is that, look, there will be people watching me who would say, bit disappointed, Curtis, you seem weak on this, right? Yet even my, let's say, milquetoast criticisms of NATO, maybe I should be stronger, that to me, in terms of the political establishment, will still see me as Putin's puppet. I mean, I've had journalists say to me, and people say to me, you're just pro-Putin. Like, I've not even said. I mean, look, a couple of years ago, I said we should leave NATO and disband NATO, and then the war in Ukraine happened, and then I've had a more nuanced position. But even just having a nuanced position gets the political establishment with their backup and say, well, you're obviously pro-Putin.
Yeah, exactly. And they've been playing this game for quite some time. If you remember Corbyn early into his leadership when the Salisbury poisonings happened, where obviously Russian agents went to try and kill Sergei Skripal and unfortunately killed an innocent woman. It's all very awful. One of which, by the way, is now in the Russian parliament, in the Duma, one of those two Russian executioners. Bizarre. Anyway, when that first happened, and they were talking about it, there was an urgent question in the House of Parliament. He just made the very reasonable point that we should hold back from bombastic talking until we have all of the data, all of the facts. Wait till we have a formal investigation. Then once we know what's happened and who's guilty, who's to blame, then we can take appropriate action. Which is the argument that a statesman should make. The Prime Minister should have been making that point, but instead they were out there all guns blazing. This is definitely Putin. We need to, start World War III over a thing in Salisbury, which is it's just ridiculous. And that kind of bombastic talk is what leads to wars. That's the kind of thing that makes it more difficult for opposition groups in places like Russia to cooperate, because then they can just say, well, you're in the pocket of the British government, because the British government are seen as war-hungry, bloodthirsty lunatics, which in the the immediate aftermath of the Iraq War was not a difficult argument to put to people, because we did seem exactly like that, bloodthirsty imperialist garbage. So it's very easy to make that point. Don't make it easier for them.
Yeah, but we seem to we really lack nuance in this discussion across the mainstream media. They want black and white. I mean, I've openly said multiple times that I disagree with Jeremy Corbyn when it comes to sending arms to Ukraine. Now, I'm not happy about it. I don't want to see more arms, but I'm relaxed about it because at the end of the day, I think that's consistent with my views on Palestine. I mean, I love it when liberals do this sort of logical gymnastics here, mental gymnastics here, when they say, oh, well, yeah, we'll fully back Ukraine against Russian aggression, and then suddenly they're also Zionists. I would say I'm consistent and say I would love to send arms and money to Palestine against Israel, as I'm okay with sending arms to Ukraine. Now, Jeremy Corbyn has openly said, I don't think it's a good idea. He's worried about getting into the wrong hands. Now, someone like me who disagrees with his position, I can still say Jeremy Corbyn is absolutely right to have that view in a democratic society. I think we need voices like that, even though I disagree. And that doesn't mean I think that he's pro-Putin in any way. Yet people in the establishment would say, see, he's pro-Putin. And I think that Nigel Farage, again, I actually do think Nigel Farage is more ideologically linked to Putin because they're right-wing. This is true. But Jeremy Corbyn isn't. They're worlds apart, and it's crazy how the mainstream media frames that they can't have an adult conversation. Whereas for me, I don't completely agree with this guy, but I think it's an important point to make.
Yeah.
Now, I do want to ask you about. I mean, bring it back to Reform and Nigel Farage. Do you think this could hurt Reform's campaign in any way? I mean, look, Farage is very much aligned with the BBC and the British state when it comes to most of his politics, whether it's his Thatcherite economic policies or his anti-immigration rhetoric. And I want to point out that, yes, in terms of policy, immigration has increased on a large scale, but the media, and specifically the BBC, always, and for decades, platform anti-migrant rhetoric. But when it comes to his statements on Putin and NATO, this is very much in conflict with the establishment. And of course, we are seeing negative coverage already. So could this help or hinder Farage/Reform?
It's difficult to say exactly because, I mean, I think it will hurt him. I think so, because it is clearly out of kilter with what the majority of British people think. Even people who are slightly sick of us giving money to Ukraine at this point still aren't like pro-Putin. They're not, crazy or anything like that. So I think it will hurt him a little. But in terms of the number of votes he'll get and the number of seats he might be able to obtain, I don't think it will hurt him that much at all, because frankly, he's not trying to go after respectable votes, really. We've seen that from the way he's campaigning. We've seen that from his general tenor over the last 25 years. We've seen that from the number of policies he's put out. He's going after right-wing votes. And there is definitely a tendency, although less so than in America, for there to be a kind of isolationist right-wing streak that doesn't want us to be involved in any of this because it's like someone else's fight a million miles away, etc. And so I think the people who were already turned off by his complete aversion to the kind of mainstream political zeitgeist or whatever have already made that decision. And if the Conservative Party and the Labour Party coming out and saying what he said about Putin is disgraceful, which I think they're right to have said because I think it is disgraceful, people who weren't turned off by them saying the exact same thing about his rhetoric about Muslims on trains or people who speak Polish or whatever probably aren't going to change their vote on this basis either. Even if they disagree with him a little bit on this subject, they're more important. There are things they find more important. The Russia-Ukraine issue has actually faced less scrutiny than even Gaza-Israel has during this election campaign. And so I don't think anyone has it high up their agenda in terms of like where they rank the different topics, the different political issues. So I don't think this will make a massive difference overall. But I think in terms of him potentially overtaking the Tory party or even taking over the Tory party at the end of this whole process, I don't think that plays very well, because then he will have to start going after more centre ground votes or more respectable sort of votes. And this really doesn't play well in that, because it makes you look a little bit crazy, frankly.
Yeah, I think it's probably good for a short term.
Yeah,
he's got a lot of popular support, so this election might be good. But you are right, I guess. I mean, there's going to be a subsection of Conservative voters who will be appalled by his comments, and if he wants to, and that's his goal, and Reform's goal is to pretty much take over the Tory party, literally turn it into just the opposition. He's probably screwed himself there, or painted him into
a little bit,
a corner,
and
which that makes me happy.
Yeah, no, that's probably a good thing. Yeah, and it's not like he's some sort of based leftist, anti-NATO pilled guy, right? Like he still has said that they're going to spend the 200 billion on the new range of nuclear weaponry, which means we're still going to be at the behest of Washington because it's not an independent nuclear threat. So we're still going to be in NATO and run by NATO. So even though he's giving kind of anti-NATO vibes, he's mainly giving pro-Russian vibes or pro-Putin vibes, pro-strongman authoritarian vibes, because we're still going to be in NATO, even if he became Prime Minister, which he won't, thankfully. But even if he did, he's no real different when it comes down to the brass tacks of it. He's just more of a loose cannon with dumb talking points. He doesn't hide his power level that well.
That sums him up perfectly. I could not disagree. Now we've actually overran, which just proves it's been a really good show. But that is all for tonight. Thank you so much for tuning into our 10th live show. I want to thank you for your comments and your support for this channel. Now, we won't be going live on Monday, as I'll be in London all day Sunday and Monday, but we will be back Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. Now, I'd like to thank Kevin for his normal island debut, but you need to subscribe to his YouTube channel and Twitch. Now, the links are in the description. I'm Curtis Daly. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.
Okay, I don't know what's happening now. I'm muted. I don't know what's happening. Someone save me. That went well. I like that. Careful, Cog. We're live on Kev's channel. They are live on my channel. Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Is Kevin's viewers going to get a little backstage?
Yes. Hot mic moment, people. Hot mic. Let's go.
That was so funny though, at the beginning of the show. I didn't know we were live on your channel.
Oh shit! Sorry.
State secrets.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Doing state secrets.
It's fine. I'm going to get cancelled. But welcome, Kevin Logan viewers who are watching Turn Left Backstage.
Hello. So say hello, everyone. Say hello. God. How was it? How
That was bloody brilliant. Honestly,
good.
It was fantastic.
Awesome.
One of my, I know this is live, but that was one of my favourite shows. Really good flowing back and forth. Have your beautiful face on the camera on the show was.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's genuinely quite heartwarming.
Thank you. And Cog absolutely nailed it, bro. Love it.
Yes, honestly, I was a bit slow on a few of them. There are a few times when Curtis was like, put the comments up, and I was like, oh shit, because I'd
you're
like
a perfectionist.
I'm absolutely starving. Though. Speaking of which, I'm gonna run straight away. I usually sit around and chat. And
Is
it's
that
the
a
worst
barbecue?
time because we're live on Kev's channel. But yeah, I am at a barbecue round the
Yeah,
corner.
by the way, I
so
didn't
I'm
know
gonna go
that.
and
I
eat.
didn't pull him away from his social activities. He just said, "I'm down for tonight," and then he said, "He's at a barbecue." Paint me out to be a villain, there, Cog, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go have a drink and eat and
Enjoy.
bitch about reform. So I'll see you a bit later on.
Ta-ra, mate.
Players, mate. Thanks again, Cog. How do you think it went?
Yeah, no, I liked that. That was good. I tried to someone in my chat. Yeah, I did try and channel my inner Helena. Try and do a bit more.
Yeah.
A bit more like newsy type reaction.
Yeah.
Stuff,
I mean, like, I was like, how many sexual innuendos is he going to get in here?
That's the thing. I literally
well behaved.
I literally said before we started, like, I swear a lot, obviously, but on someone else's channel, you do have to rein it in a bit. You realise, like, it's like going around someone else's house. You have to be a little bit more chill. You can't just put your feet up on the table,
Yeah. I mean, I did have a little peek at your stream, and you were saying, what were you saying? You were saying that you really like the graphics, and I just kept thinking in my head, right, and there's this comment I got from Reddit years ago, that Turn Left is like a ice cream at home Navara.
I love it.
That is, but I love that because it's good. That's funny. So
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm willing to like use that actually as probably a bit of an advertising thing. Like, look, we can spend loads of money, go and see ice cream man, or you can just have Navara.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's great.
Yeah.
But honestly, you were fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Literally, we usually a lot of times like right because we do an hour.
Yeah.
Sometimes I might have to pad it out, but the fact that we could have went for 2 hours, but I had to shorten it, to me says that's a really good thing.
Yeah.
It was very back and forth,
Yeah, no, it was good. Good back and forth, good bants. Yeah, okay. What are you up to now? I don't know.
Eat dinner because I haven't had that yet. And then I got a pack because obviously you're being.
Oh yeah, you're going to
hopefully
London.
With, hopefully with Jam Man.
Yeah, Jezza, you're becoming regular, quite friendly with Jezza.
You might remember me. Probably
He
not,
might do.
He meets a lot of people.
He used to follow on my very first Twitter account. I got the Jeremy Corbyn follow when he was just a backbencher. And I was
Was it?
imagine if I'm being followed by the Prime Minister, that would be fucking amazing, but it never happened.
Did he see your like swearing and
well,
and he
presumably
stuck with you?
the intern that ran the account probably did, yes, I imagine. I don't think he ever, I don't know, if he asked him what a tweet was, he would know, frankly. But it was his account, so,
Yeah, no, look, I'm confident that it's not him who's actually...
No, of course not. Absolutely not, no.
Because he did follow me on Instagram, which I went, oh my god, and I was like, it's not him though.
No, it's not.
It's this comms guy doing it, but still pretty good. Actually, I need to ask you, why were you banned from Twitter?
I may have suggested that, and hang on, I'm on my end, so I have to be in terms of service friendly. Are you aware of what Roblox is as a metaphor?
It's a game.
Well, yeah, but are you aware of what the metaphor for that is?
Is there anything to do with when you say that, in Minecraft, or is this
Yeah, it's basically that.
Okay.
It's that. I suggested that he should play Minecraft to himself on live on the One Show.
Who should?
Rishi Sunak, the current sitting Prime Minister, should play Roblox by himself on the One Show. And my reasoning was twofold. Firstly, it would be the only interesting thing that Rishi Sunak has ever done. And secondly, it would be the only thing on the One Show that's ever happened that was fun. So, twofer.
Kevin's throwing shade at Sunak and the One Show.
And the what? Fuck the One Show. Absolutely
it's
garbage.
Not exactly, thrilling.
Garbage
TV.
TV. The only thing that's ever... Actually, the only good thing that's ever happened was the time that Blue Peter Man asked David Cameron how he sleeps at night.
How he sleeps at night.
Yeah. Bang
that
on.
was good.
Bang on.
That was a banger.
Yeah.
But you, I'm assuming the language you used wasn't coded in any way.
Oh, no. It was... No, I suggested he should just do that to himself, yes. Yeah. No, I was not...
Is that a permaban?
Oh, God, yeah. And the thing is, it's not a threat. I wasn't threatening to do it. I was just saying if he wanted to do it to himself...
It could be an option.
That's fine. I'm on board. Yeah. But apparently that's too much.
Christ. Well, are we going to see a return to Twitter?
On Twitter, I think I'm probably done at this point. Like, because the thing is, it's just full of like weirdo fascists and pussy in bio. Like, I don't care. It's, you know, and actually it's been good. Just spending less time on social media, because I do like Blue Sky and stuff like that. But like, it's been quite freeing. I've had more like time. I've not been wasting so much time liking cat pictures on Twitter anymore, which, you know.
I feel like the pussy and bio comments are kind of like when I was younger and I get texts and it'll be like, oh my god, I got a text, I'm popular, or someone cares about me, and it'll be like a Domino's pizza one. It feels like that, you know. If you do a tweet that's hasn't really been a bag of tweet, and you see there's a couple of comments in there and it's pussy and bio.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd rather I had 0 comments.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Okay.
Well, Kevin, I absolutely want you on again.
Yeah, definitely.
You are happy to.
Oh, absolutely. I'll try and fix my fucking camera as well, because it's a bit weird out of focus. Anyway, yes. Yeah, any time, mate. Any time.
Brilliant. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I hope you did. And shout out to Kevin's viewers who are watching me now. Somehow, I'm pretty sure you got me on screen. Right?
Everyone, indeed. Yeah, everyone go and follow the Turning Point Lefts. On
You're
YouTube.
never going to change that one, are you?
No!
No! Anyway, pleasure to have you on. Pleasure to see your just gorgeous face.
Well, thank you.
Just stay real, Kevin. Do not change.
And the same to you, sir. Toodles.
Toodles.
Oh, love it. He's a good lad. Everyone go and give Curtis a follow at Turn Left Media on the YouTubes. Your Stream Elements is showing your Twitter. That is true. It is doing that, but I can't be bothered to not do that. Yes. What was I going to watch after this? Hang on, I had something lined up. Oh, it was about conspiracy theories, wasn't it? Yeah, the Curtis Connor video. Another Curtis. They're everywhere. Spelled differently, though. Alright, mate, calm down, will you? Fuck's sake. And now that cunt's crying again next door. Why have I just called the 2-year-old a cunt? That's unnecessary. Anyway, yes. No, we're not going to watch fucking Soviet Storm, because I'll get copyright fucked on YouTube again. There was a question I did just want to answer from chat, if I can remember what the fuck it was. I replied to you, whoever you were, if you're still around, how did... what's... hang on, I can put this back on, can't I now? Yeah, you asked a question and I said I'll answer that in a second. Boom, there we go. And I'll turn the alert box back on as well. So don't forget, everyone, if you enjoy the content, you can do the thing and that. You can do bits, messages and subs and all of that sort of shit. If you really wanted to. You can gigantify emotes. You can do all of that shit. Yeah. We all know how he talked about Romanians in the LBC around Brexit campaign. Yeah, Nigel Farage is a piece of shit, yeah. I'm going to take my earphones off because I'm sweating. Oh. My question is, why Ukraine privatising their government and passed an anti-union law during this war? Like, how is being anti-union and privatising going to help Ukrainians during this war? That's the point, right. So, it's not, fundamentally. It's not at all going to help Ukrainians to do that. I think some of the internal policies, to the degree I understand them from Volodymyr Zelensky, have been a bit shit, actually. I don't particularly like them. But the point about supporting Ukraine is not that I agree with the internal politics of their government. It's that they have a right to defend themselves and they have a right to self-determination. That's the fundamental core building block of any democratic system. And clearly the people of Ukraine don't want to be run from Moscow. They're sick of that shit. It's been done to them for hundreds and hundreds of years. They don't want any more of that shit. They've been able to break away for the past 30 years and they'd rather like to keep it that way. And so I support them in their fight, and I'm more than happy for my tax money to be used to assist them in that endeavour. But that's separate from the question of, you know, the internal policies of Ukraine, which again, to the degree I understand them, is not something I support. I think some of the repressive policies towards opposition political parties have been a bit fucking sus from the looks of things. Understandable in a time of war, but still sus as fuck and not really something that I want to support. Like you say, the privatisation plans for industry, I don't particularly like, and won't actually help in terms of rebuilding after the war as well, because the core of the economy, if you just liberalise it all, will be stripped out. And so you're going to have a smaller base that's already been hollowed out in order to try and rebuild a much damaged country, which is not great forward thinking from the Ukrainian government. But that fundamentally doesn't change the fact that they have the right to defend themselves, and are doing so. So that's hopefully that answers the question, I guess. Yeah. Thank you, Sweetheart Cat, for following as well. 52 minutes ago. Much love. Time to cancel Bob. What's Bob happening? Bob Geldof. Vote Andrew Mitchell to... What the fuck? Oh, God. What an absolute shithouse.
Principally when he co-founded the charity supergroup Band-Aid. This was to raise money for famine relief in Ethiopia in the 1980s. The song Do They Know It's Christmas is still one of the best-selling singles of all time.
It is indeed.
And his charity work saw him knighted Sir Bob in 1986. So it was a bit surprising to see Tory MP Andrew Mitchell post this clip on social media. Have a listen.
Hi, I'm Bob Geldof, and I'm here to sort of big up a friend of mine, though I'm not sure that me talking about anyone is necessarily very good for them, but, you know, here goes. The first thing to say is that I'm not a party political person. I've worked with every government over the last 40 years, Tory, Labour coalition, and I will continue to do so into the future. I also vote at the time based on what I think is right, first for my family and then for my country. So the party that Andrew Mitchell is a member of is not important to me. What is important is that he's a decent person.
Andrew Mitchell? You're a twat, mate.
Or else he wouldn't be a friend of mine, I guess. He's also a very effective politician, and we desperately need people in Parliament, in opposition, or in government who are both good at their job and all right as people, as a human being. And I think
Andrew Mitchell's a fucking Tory or former Tory minister. Yeah,
that's Andrew. I met him, I don't know, 15 or 16 years ago, and we've on several occasions worked together to try and help the poor people of the world. And I've worked with many...
Maybe if you didn't put some of your money in tax havens, that would help the British government aid poor people. Sir Bob.
Ministers in that capacity, and frankly...
Reminds me of Bono, who obviously is an Irish citizen, but had, at the time, I don't know if he still does, had his financial stuff in the Netherlands because the tax rate was cheaper. And so when he was doing his cancel the debt thing, which by the way was very noble, and I think Western governments shouldn't hold horrific debts around the nation, third world countries' nations around their neck, and all of that. But even so, the Irish Exchequer, the Irish government, put out a delightfully passive aggressive letter in response, where they firstly outlined the work they do in terms of international development and all the rest of it. And then his name, by the way, his real name is David Evans, the most normal name ever, Bono. Anyway, they said in response to Mr. Evans's request of the Irish government, it would be considerably easier for the Irish government to be able to afford such measures that he requests, if indeed he decided to pay his tax in the country of his birth. Well played, Irish Exchequer. The numbers droids are not known for their sense of humour. Nailed it. Swish. Indeed, Sutton Coldfield, just down the road. I've got family in Sutton Coldfield. And, Andrew Mitchell is a shithouse. So, you know.
Some are absolutely useless, and some are very good indeed. Andrew's in the latter category. He and his NHS doctor wife became friends.
Oh my God, is every politician married to someone in the NHS? Is this just how it fucking goes from now on? Every cunt who's a politician has to be married to someone in the NHS, or their mum was in the NHS. My fucking dog works as a surgeon. Like, what the Oh, I don't care that his fucking wife works in the NHS. I'm not voting for his wife. Well, I'm not voting for him either. I don't live in his constituency. But, you know, it's not... Oh, God, I don't know. I don't know. Hello, Joan Spoon. How are you?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Victory is ours.
Welcome to the Kevolution.
Of me and my wife, and I think besides liking that couple and him being a laugh, it's also because he seemed to feel a fine human sympathy for those he was trying to help, whether that was in Sutton Coldfield or elsewhere in the world.
Okay, I've heard enough. I've really heard enough.
Yeah, true.
Look, if we look at Andrew Mitchell's voting record, now Bob Geldof said he's a wonderful individual. He says not to focus on the party, but focus on the individual. Then we have to look at his voting record, because it says here...
I know he voted against gay marriage. I know that much.
Almost always voted against paying higher benefits over longer periods of time to those unable to work due to illness or disability. How is that a decent person?
It's not.
I understand the party line, but how can you say Andrew Mitchell is a good human being if he votes to...
This is the point, isn't it? You can't really separate completely the person from the party, because MPs will tend to vote with their party a lot, even when they don't necessarily want to, because they have to, like, go along to get along. You know, it's political horse trading. Maybe you vote for a bill you don't want to because then you get government support for the thing you want in some other area. It's the to and fro of democratic governance. So, if the political party he's standing for are fucking dog shit, you know he's going to be coerced into voting for things, even if you think he's voting against his will. He's going to vote for awful, discriminatory, economically backward policy. So you can't separate those two things completely and say, I'm not here asking you to vote for a Conservative, I'm asking you to vote for Andrew Mitchell. That's ridiculous. You are asking people to vote Tory, and that is fucking... it's shit. Vital stats. Sutton Coldfield majority 19,000, which, again, would in a normal year, 19,000 doesn't get overturned. This year, there's no such thing as a safe Tory seat. There just isn't. Doesn't exist. Fucking Rishi Sunak is on course to lose his seat, and he's got a bigger majority than that. He's got a majority of like 26,000 or something. That's nonsense. Those kind of seats don't get fucking overturned. Those kind of... Look, even if the MP gets found out to be a fucking nonce or something, 26,000 doesn't get overturned very easily. Because people just go, oh, I'd elect a ham sandwich if it had the right colour rosette on it. There are parts of the country where they'd elect a house brick if it had the red rosette. And there are parts of the country where they'd elect a fucking Brussels sprout if it had the blue one on it. Well, not Brussels, because that's in Europe. Okay, cabbage, whatever. 27,210 is Rishi Sunak's majority. 8,000 more than Mitchell's. And he's possibly on course to lose it. Imagine being such a fuck up that you end up being the first Prime Minister voted out, even as an MP. Oh, mate. The fact that that's even in play. Yeah, Binface. Yeah, Count Binface is standing against Rishi Sunak, yeah. And you know what? Vote Binface. Oh, it'd be so good if Binface got elected. Because what I want... Alright, I want Count Binface to get elected for two reasons. Firstly, he seems like a good lad. Seems like a funny fucker. You know, he instantly puts him levels above most MPs. Secondly, I want to call him out. I want to call him on it, right? I want to call his bluff. Will that prick turn up with a bin on his head every day to Parliament for the next 5 fucking years? Look, you're committed to the bit, Mr. fucking bin face. You can't turn up in a fucking shirt and tie. Even 6 months in, no. You have to turn up in the full costume, bin and everything, every fucking day. The people voted for Count Binface, not Dave Jones or whatever your fucking name is. People wanted Binface. They voted Binface. You better give them Binface. Not human face.
Push more and more people who are ill or disabled into poverty. Generally voted for reducing housing benefit for those social tenants deemed to have excess bedrooms, which Labour described as the bedroom tax. Generally voted against raising welfare benefits, at least in line with prices. And almost...
Well, Joan Spoon, if you're interested in learning about British politics, come along. Come along with me. Hit the follow button. Stick around and you'll find out lots of stuff. Although we are about to move on after this to watching a thing about conspiracy theories. But we are doing British politics too.
Always voted for a reduction in spending on welfare benefits. This is the poorest in society. How is Andrew Mitchell on their side? Now, if we look at who he may be...
Oh, you already are? Oh, sorry. Fuck me. It said I clicked on your name and it didn't tell me you were following. Apologies.
Whose side he may be on. If you look at his voting record...
Maybe I'm the one that needs to learn.
It says, almost always voted for reducing capital gains tax. Maybe this is who Bob Geldof is talking about when he says he votes for his, first of all his family and then the country. Generally voted for increasing the rate of VAT and generally voted for more restrictive regulation of trade union activity. Once again...
Wow, what a lovely freedom-loving guy he is. Thanks, Bob. Sorry, Sir Bob.
Bob, whose side are you on when you're promoting Andrew Mitchell? Once again, look, Andrew Mitchell could be a very nice individual, but look at his voting record. This is what we have to go on.
That's the real Count Binface? No way.
Owe them one. And that's why I'm here tonight. Because without Athens, there'd be no democracy. Without democracy, there'd be no parliament. Without parliament, there'd be no elections. Without elections, there'd be no chance
Doesn't
to take
sound
the
like him.
piss. Satirical comedy, Athenian. Theatrical masks, Athenian. One...
Doesn't sound at all like him. Does he use a voice modulator to be Count Binface? Because that doesn't sound like him. Look, hang on, we'll get Count Binface on the go.
Hello, I'm Simon McCoy, and this is the CB News. Now, you've heard the serious manifesto Nigel has to say. He's now hoping to zero the rules. That's...
What? Just fucking get the man speaking.
A lot of humans like to say that politics is a game, and I quite agree, which is why I think the best location to talk to you is a video arcade. Why? Well, I'm a space invader, I'm a street fighter too. See what I've done there? You're in the middle of a time crisis,
too.
And I would say other politicians have been taking the piss. What am I?
Taking the piss. He's
going to do? I'm going to outrun my opponents and become victor on election day.
Okay, there you go. Fuck off, Rowling. Stop appearing on my screen, you fucking ghoul.
There's no point saying he's a nice guy, but if he votes to make poor people poorer, if he votes to make workers' ability to access trade unions more difficult, then whose side is he on? How can you say he's on the side of the poorest people in his constituency or the poorest people in the world? Like, once again, you can say...
It's, I mean, to make the serious point here, yeah, you can't make the argument he's a good bloke. Like, I mean, not to make too big a, like, stretch here, and not to be a bit Godwin's Law about it, but, like, people who met Hitler said he was very personable. I don't fucking care. I don't care that he threw a nice tea party. Oh, what a lovely spread of sandwiches, Herr Hitler. I don't care. That's not the thing I remember about him. That's not the thing that I think is politically interesting or accountable about him. Andrew Mitchell might be a very nice bloke. Honestly, he tells a rip-roaring story down the pub. Oh, mate, he'll have you in stitches. I don't care, he's a fucking monster. He's a fucking mutant freak who votes to make poor people poorer and rich people richer. He's not a nice man. Just because you're a rich cunt who he's probably aided and abetted in being a rich cunt, a rich tax-dodging cunt, I don't care.
He's a good person. But what do we have to go on? What evidence do we have to look at?
Well, the multi-millionaire tax dodger, Sir Bob Geldof. Or should I say, the withered husk corpse of Bob Geldof, who appears on screen in front of us right now. Yeah, he says so. So it's fine, actually.
We have his voting record. And I know the voting record of many MPs, they just vote down the party line. But what's the point in saying people should go out and vote for him if he votes against the interests of poor people? The people that you are supposed to be defending.
Also, thank you for the bits, Thinking Cybercat.
For the poorest in the world. How can you support somebody like Andrew Mitchell? Because voting for Andrew Mitchell means you're voting for this.
Yeah.
This is the side you're on. You can't disconnect Andrew Mitchell from his party.
I didn't
because
pre-watch.
if he's voted into power again, and if the Conservatives are voted into power again, you're going to have more of this. There's no point talking about Andrew Mitchell being a nice guy and having a bit of a laugh. It's this type of...
I've said this before, right? People who say dumb shit like, I would vote for them, but I don't really see them as... can someone get Joan Spoon out of Ad Hal? That would be nice. Only if you're feeling generous. I've said this before. People who say dumb shit like, you know, he seems like a nice guy, but like, I can't see myself going for a pint with him. I don't know how, you know what I mean? I don't know how he'd get on down the women's club or whatever. Like, I don't know how he'd go, you know, the local leisure centre. I'm not electing a friend. I'm not electing a best mate to chill out with. I want someone to go to Parliament and represent me in the fucking Chamber of the Commons. I'm in Ad Hal too. Can someone get Matt out of Ad Hal? Oh my, is it Ad? It's Ad Central. Oh, it's not even top of the hour. 2 hours and 8 minutes in. Why is it doing this? I don't know. What's this? How Bob Geldof's African Investment Fund avoids paying tax to some of the continent's poorest countries. What a nice bloke. What a lovely man he is. That he's just shitting on even the one continent where he did have a good reputation. He's still a shithouse. Can we get a Farage? Absolutely. Farage can suck a massive one. Yeah. Bob Geldof's a scumbag. He really fucking is. Like, the fact that you think he's a good bloke tells me everything I need to know about Andrew Mitchell, mate.
Attitude has to change. You can like individual MPs.
Boomtown aristocrat.
But you have to vote based on the policies.
He doesn't like Mondays, but that's because the cleaner comes around early and wakes him up.
Vote based on the voting record, because that's what they actually do. Let me know in the comment section, guys, what you think. As always, your comments are greatly appreciated. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, that was good. I'll give that a thumbs up. Everyone go and follow Maximilien Robespierre, not the actual French revolutionary, because he does not go. He's not on YouTube, but that chap, who look, I'll be entirely honest, he's a bit lib for my liking. Especially after someone who's named after the famous leader of the Terror, but good lad, a good lad nonetheless. Right, so we're doing a silly one now. Curtis Connor, not that Curtis, a different Curtis. They're American. They used to be on Vine. When did conspiracy theories get so crazy? Yeah. He does a great panel on Sundays, the Sunday Roast. I was supposed to be on that. I was supposed to be on the Sunday Roast when Helena, No Justice MTG, went on there about a year ago, 2 years ago, whatever. And he no, sorry, I had to back out at the last second because of whatever. Yeah, I can't remember what it was, but I was supposed to be on there and I didn't go on there, and I kind of regret not going on there. Shame. The song Culotte also agreed that Robespierre was a bit lib. That's also true. That's also true. Stalin 67666. Oh, eat my penis, mate. And they're banned. Okay. Thank you, Wayward Historian. That banhammer is swift. You are the Usain Bolt of banhammerings, and I appreciate that. Anyway.
I am going on my very first world tour. Yes! It's called the Goodfellow World Tour, and we're kicking it off with the first leg in the U.S. Here are all the cities right here. Tampa, Orlando, Jacksonville, Fort Lauderdale, Boston, Washington, D.C., New York.
You going anywhere west at all? That's not a U.S. tour at this point, is it?
Durham, Atlanta.
Okay. Well, actually, he's not moving that far west.
Pittsburgh, Chicago.
The most far west, is that Illinois? Is that the most far west he's going? That's not a US tour. That's an east bit of the country tour.
We got him. Victory is ours.
Thank you, Chemical Ollie. Welcome aboard. Why are we getting more follows tonight? I presume because I went on a different platform and people from there. Hello, Curtis fans.
Cincinnati, and Detroit. If you don't see your city on this leg of the tour, do not worry. I will be announcing a bunch more cities very soon. Tickets are available right now, okay? So thank you so much for the support. I'm really excited for you guys to hear the new hour, and I'll see you soon. Enjoy the video. Disclaimer before this video. These are all conspiracy theories. I don't believe in any of them, and this is purely for entertainment purposes, okay?
Okay. Before we get into it then, right. Conspiracy theories are fucking stupid. But I'm going to allow you a second, everybody. Name a conspiracy theory that you think has some credibility to it. Okay? Name a conspiracy theory that you think, not necessarily that is absolutely true, but one that you think, man, there might be something to that. You know, I'll go. I think the P-tape, I think the Donald Trump P-tape either was real or maybe it did exist, but like, or maybe it still does exist and they're holding it over him. I don't know. JFK murder. Well, it depends what you mean by the JFK murder, because if you mean what did Lee Harvey Oswald do it, I don't think there's any doubt that he did it. The interesting point is, did he work with anybody? Who put him up to it? Was he working on his own? Did Jack Ruby? Was he involved with anything else? Was he involved with the group that wanted to silence him? Like, it seems a bit weird that the interactions don't seem like a normal situation. You know what I'm saying? So there's definitely something to that. Something we'll probably never even fucking hear about, because they're all fucking dead now. Bush did 9/11. I don't think that's true. Faked moon landing, really? You think they faked moon landing? Moon landings, the tape got trashed and had to be replaced in a studio. Oh, maybe. Most believable conspiracy theory, Philadelphia experiment. The Philadelphia experiment was an alleged event claimed to have been witnessed by an ex-merchant marine called Carl M. Allen at the United States Navy Philadelphia Navy Shipyard in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the United States. Sometimes around October the 28th, 1943. Allen described an experiment where the US Navy attempted to make a destroyer escort, the USS Eldridge, disappear, and the bizarre results that followed. The story surfaced in late 1955 when Allen sent a book full of handwritten annotations referring to the experiments in the US Navy Research Organization, and a little later a series of letters further claimed a UFO book writer. Allen's account of the event is widely understood to be a hoax. Several different and sometimes contradictory versions of the alleged experiment have circulated over the years in paranormal literature and popular movies. Okay. Okay, well, I'll have a look into that one. I've never heard of that one before. Here's one of mine. I actually do still wonder if something weird did happen in Ohio in 2004. What? What's that a reference to? I don't know what that's a reference to. Yeah. Michael Fabricant and his hair sleep in separate beds. Oh, have they split up? Oh no. That's a shame. They were so good together. Oh. Can we get some RIPs in chat for the Fabricant hair relationship? Nike forced Ronaldo to play in the 1998 World Cup final. I think that's perfectly plausible. Yeah, 100%. Election fuckery in Ohio. I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't know that one. You have to send me a link or something. Anyway, enough. Now we're off. We're not doing any more conspiracies. Conspiracies are done. Moving on.
Folks, let me tell you a cautionary tale. The year 2008. I was 13 years old and I had unrestricted, unsupervised access to the internet on my own personal Dell Inspiron 1501. And most of my time spent on my computer at that time consisted of playing Flash games on addictinggames.com and watching Clay World videos on Nox's Corner. But I also frequented many forums for the video games I played. And I talked to people from all walks of life on these forums. And one day I was in a thread talking about Marvel Ultimate Alliance, and for some reason one of the forum members started talking to me about this thing called Nibiru. He went on to say that there was a large
fucking Nibiru, the fake planet that definitely exists.
Planetary object named Nibiru, or Planet X, that was currently on a collision course with Earth. So I watched videos all night about this, and I remember being like genuinely terrified. Like, I fully thought that all my friends and family were gonna die like really soon. So when I got to school the next day, obviously I told my best friend about it, and he said, "That's fucking stupid." He used a different
Yeah, your friend sounds based.
An adjective because it was 2008, but you know, he really put everything into perspective. Now, what is the lesson there? Don't go on video game forums? Absolutely. But I think the main takeaway is believing in conspiracy theories
don't play video games at all. Video games are the portal through which degeneracy enters your soul. Fact.
Very slippery slope when you're in a vulnerable, isolated state, aka alone on the internet, and also 13. But it's important to have people in your real life that you can talk to and bounce information off of, aka your friend calling you stupid. Again, that's not what he called it, but I'm not going to use the word that he said, especially during Pride Month. For most of my life, conspiracy theories have just been a fun thing that you can talk about with your friends, and you'd all laugh about how crazy they were. You know, maybe you make up your own, and it'd be all silly and goofy, and all around fun time. But these past few years, I've noticed a shift. I feel like conspiracy theories have kind of evolved from silly.
Yeah, honestly, the Q people have taken it to like a crazy degree, right? They've taken it to a really mental place. Like there's a reason. Usually, there's a reason why things happen in the conspiracy, right? So JFK wants to get America out of Vietnam, so the people who are pro continuing the war in Vietnam kill JFK. There's a through line. It's bullshit, but there's a through line, right? Or at least, as far as we're aware, it's bullshit. We have no idea why Harvey Oswald did what he did, but regardless, there's a a series of events and decisions that get made. Makes sense. The Q people are just it's just brain fartage. They're cracking open baby skulls to get the adrenochrome from the baby brains to get high. But we know that adrenochrome doesn't give you a high. It's actually incredibly destructive and will fuck you up. It's not really, the human body isn't really meant to like take it in that way. And we can synthesize it. You don't need to crack open any baby brains to do that. Why go through the entire rigmarole of this elaborate conspiracy of underground vaults under pizza parlors in Washington DC that don't have underground vaults, to have baby brains create a thing that you don't need, that wouldn't get you high, that you can already create in a fucking lab for next to nothing? It doesn't make fucking sense. None of it's real. It's just it's sad. It's gibberish. It's mad. Yeah, that's the Pizzagate shite. Yeah. The Q conspiracy theories of just grabbing bits and like the Q universe, the Q-niverse, if you will, is just. It's like the kind of New Age approach to culture, where New Age people will just grab bits from other people's culture. They'll be like, oh, I'll have a dream catcher from the Native American peoples, and I'll take some ancient Chinese wisdom from fucking whoever, Sun Tzu or Confucius or whatever, and I'll take, oh, there's a nice bit of Judaism, we'll take that bit, and we'll take some Jesus shit, and we'll have some Buddhism, and just sort of mix it all in there, and it's just bollocks. It's just offensive to everyone. And the Q people take a similar approach, where they'll go like, we'll have a bit of 9/11 conspiracy, some JFK, some pedo ring in Washington DC pizzerias, some Russiagate, anti-Trump, and they just slam it together, and it's bollocks. Like, do you know how difficult conspiracies are to pull off? And I've said this before, and I think it makes a lot of sense, right? Think of the number of people it would take to pull off something like 9/11 if it was like the government planning the whole thing. Not if it was a relatively small number of hijackers hijacking planes, but if it's the government doing shit. Right on down from like the president all the way down to like the person, I don't know, who, the ticket person at the fucking airport allowing the people onto the plane or whatever, right? Everyone down, the thousands of people it would take to organise that thing. And then think to yourself, have you ever tried to get 4 friends to turn up at the same bar on the same night at roughly the same time? And think to yourself how fucking difficult that process was. And then think, scale that up by thousands of times and involve planes and shit into the bargain. It's just not, that's not how the fucking world works. I'm not suggesting there aren't people malevolent enough to have done it. Dick Cheney would have slit the throats of every single person in those fucking buildings. He didn't give a fuck. The man was a monster, a reprehensible beast. But I'm just saying they couldn't have pulled it off. A few years prior to that, the American government couldn't hide a spunk stain on a blue dress. How the fuck do you think in 5 years they've gone from that to being able to pull off the most elaborate public display of terrorism that's ever existed in one of the most videoed, highly populated, densely populated places on Earth, that being Manhattan? It's just bollocks, it's shit. I'm not suggesting the government don't do shit, because we know they do. We know the Tuskegee experiments existed. But you know what? We found out about it. And that involved far fewer fucking people than the 9/11 would have had to. We know about the bombings of they weren't Black Panthers, were they? What were they called? In Philadelphia, where the police just bombed some fucking black citizens in America, right? We know about that. But again, it was found out. Because it's very difficult to hide these things. Not saying it's impossible, I'm sure there are things we don't know about. But generally speaking, something big like that gets fucking found out. Why did no one tell me the stream had started? Because apparently Twitch don't give a fuck whether you watch this or not. Twitch don't care. Oh yes, I love me some madness. Let's go. Can we zoom in? Why won't it let me fucking zoom in? We'll just... no, that's not helping either. Fuck. If we go onto that and then press, can we zoom in on this? There we go. Right. So this is what I mean. The Q universe is just spectacular. So you've got, up there in the top left, you've got Adam's calendar. I don't even know what that is. Atlantis, Nephilim, Emerald tablets, the Great Floods, and Sumerians. Nice. Moving over to Lucifer and Babylon, Rome, Mithraism, Saturnalia. What does that have to do with anything? That's just an ancient Roman tradition. Then Jesuits, Khazars, the Vatican, naturally. Francis Borgia, papal bloodlines, Black Pope. What the fuck is Black Pope? I can't zoom in properly. You've got White Pope, Black Pope, and Grey Pope, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Is it like fucking Gandalf? Gandalf the Pope, but Gandalf the White, Gandalf the Black, Gandalf the Grey. But as Pope. Switzerland. Sisters of Isis, Switzerland, established by Templars in 1291. What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? It's fucking whack. Oh god. There's so much here. Walt Disney, what's he? He's connected to ritual magic with a K as well. Gnostic Abraxas? I don't even know what that means. Eyes Wide Shut 1999, Stanley Kubrick. What does that have to do with anything? UN, Geneva, Battle of Los Angeles. Then you've got all this terrorism stuff here and quantum computing, crypto Zug. What the fuck is crypto Zug? I've never even heard of crypto Zug. What is that? Church of AI, Anthony Lewandowski. New Zealand Doomsday Preps. The Storm. Donald J. Trump inauguration 1/21/7. We are... Hang on, what's that? We are transferring power from Washington DC and giving it back to the people. Then under that, fake news, our job is to control exactly what you think. Las Vegas Pyramid Sacrifice. Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I fucking mean? It's just a grab bag of bollocks. It's just a grab bag of absolute fucking shite. Nazi Germany, the Pentagon, Antarctica, New Schwabenland, Operation High Jump, UN, CIA, Israel, Bilderberg Group. Oh, there's nothing anti-Semitic going on here, of course, naturally. Fucking wild. Absolute nonsense. I'm Tower Sacrifice. Yes, let's go.
Harmless theories into absolutely insane conjectures that people base their entire lives off of. So today I want to explore some modern conspiracy theories, but I want to compare them to the conspiracy theories of the past. And we'll also explore why the popularity and the severity of belief in these theories has increased over the years.
Hey, what's up you guys? Yes, welcome back to another conspiracy theory video.
I guess we'll start with a little backstory. The history of conspiracy theory.
Oh, the Jewish bit's right in the middle where it says CIA and UN and stuff, and then it goes into like Bilderberg Group and all of that. George Soros, you know.
Series is very long and complicated, and it actually dates all the way back to 1863 when the term was first used in a letter to the editor published in the New York Times by author Charles Astor Briston. He used the term conspiracy.
Crypto Zug is Bigfoot and dinosaurs in the Amazon. Really? I've never heard of it. Hang on, we're getting to the bottom of this. Thank you, Senshi Omega 115 for 5 gifted subby subs. Absolutely fucking legendary activity. I will suck you dry. What was it? Cryptozug. Cryptozug, Switzerland's leading blockchain and crypto ecosystem. Crypto Bitcoin ATM Zug. So it's some crypto shit, okay. I don't fucking care. I don't care. It's all bollocks. Yeah.
theory to describe his claims that British aristocrats were intentionally weakening the United States during the American Civil War in order to advance their financial interests, which honestly doesn't even fucking seem like that crazy of a conspiracy theory at all. That just sounds like a fact. People capitalizing on a war to make money? But the term conspiracy theory was popularized in 1964 when the first mainstream conspiracy theory was born, surrounding one of the most shocking events in American history, the assassination of John F. Kennedy. If you have somehow never heard of this, in 1964, President John F. Kennedy was assassinated by a man named Lee Harvey Oswald while traveling.
Did you know it's the only known occasion outside of a presidential inauguration in Washington, D.C., that 4 presidents, either past, present or future, have been in the same city on the same day? Fact. 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 What do you mean wrong, Maria? What information you got? Oh, 1963. Oh, okay, well there you go. No, okay. I'll let you off then. Yeah, you had JFK, you had his vice president who became president, and you had both Bush Sr. and Bush Jr. were both future presidents in that city at that time. Fact. I'm not suggesting that George H.W. Bush murdered him. I'm not saying I don't. Or indeed George Walker Bush. He might have killed him. He was only like fucking 3 or whatever, but he might have killed him. I don't know.
Traveling in a convertible limousine in Dallas, Texas. Let's get some John F's in the chat. And the public was told that this was the
some John F's. Yeah, can we get John F's in the chat, please, people? Pay some respect.
violent act of one single man looking to further his own political agenda. But when all the details were released, people began to speculate, and rightfully so. There were a lot of strange things surrounding his assassination. There's the mysterious path of the second of 3 bullets that was claimed to have entered through the president's back, out through his chest, and then entered through the governor's back, who was sitting in front of him, went out his chest, went through his wrist, and then became lodged in his leg. That bullet was working overtime, dude. That was the original magic bullet.
Introducing the original magic bullet.
This made people think that there was more than one shooter involved, which directly contradicted the story that was put out. And I could do a whole video on this because there's like so many crazy conspiracy theories surrounding this event. But my favorite conspiracy out of all of them is that JFK wasn't even assassinated at all. His head just did that. But like I said earlier, back in the day...
Hang on. You can't flash that up. Hang on, I need to read that.
At all. His head just...
No, what if no one shot JFK and his head just... Fuck off. You're having a fucking laugh, lad. His head just combusted. His brain just went, nope, fuck this, I'm out. Boom. That's genius. See, that's what we need. We need thinking outside the box. That's what we need. Oh. Fuck yes. I am here for it. Hang on, that needs to be slightly bigger. That's what she said. Heyo.
Just did that. But like I said earlier, back in the day, conspiracy theories like this would gain popularity for a while, but then they'd kind of just die out. People would move on. It was the 60s, man. All that acid wasn't going to do itself. So let's compare this multiple gunmen conspiracy to a modern day conspiracy theory.
You're telling me nobody is talking about the fact Lil Wayne is a goat.
Not that he's the goat. Hang on, those are just shoes. You can buy those shoes. I mean, they're fucking horrible. I wouldn't wear them, but like that doesn't mean he's literally got cloven hooves, you fucking mentalist. They're just shit shoes that rich people wear. Camel toe shoes. Like, did you see this whilst, I mean, presumably high as fuck, and you read Lil Wayne is the GOAT, meaning the greatest of all time. By the way, not true, but an opinion that some people may hold and may have expressed. and think that they literally meant he is a goat. So, I mean, you kind of bollocks yourself on that one. You know. Lil Wayne is a goat. What goat walks on 2 fucking legs? Also, what goat has hands and fucking dreads? What are you talking about? No way! What, so he's got 3 fucking legs? Do you think he's got 3 legs? It's fucking water! His legs are underwater! Oh, for fuck's sake! Oh! You fucking prick! Oh! 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 Oh, I'm gonna fucking die, man. You can't drop weird... Oh, that's ridiculous. They literally think he's got fucking hooves and shit.
Yes, I am telling you that, actually. Nobody is talking about Lil Wayne being a goat. For obvious reasons. He's the goat. Yeah, he's the goat, but he's not a goat. Unless the term goat was created by Lil Wayne's team, because everybody kept suspecting that he was a goat. So they...
It's the perfect... Oh my god, it all makes sense. They're not lizard people. They're goat people. They're alien goats in human suits who've invented the phrase goat, meaning greatest of all time, as a way of flashing it in front of everyone's fucking face. You know what? Fair play to the goat people. That's fucking smart. That theory might not pan out. Fuck yes. Fair, no, you know what? Well played. Can we have a round of applause in chat for the goat people? Because they have fucking bested us on this. Honestly, we should just let them come out and just chew grass and run the world. It's what they wanted to do, obviously.
They created the greatest of all time acronyms, you know, so if people said he was the GOAT, like, people didn't really bat an eye. It all makes sense. Because what are goats known for? Licking salt. And what is one of Lil Wayne's most popular songs?
That's why he's the GOAT!
This goes all the way to the top of a very steep cliffside covered in goats. All jokes aside, though.
True.
That is a fucking insane conspiracy. The refraction of light was making his legs look weird in the hot tub, and then
armor, that's genius. The conspiracy is satirical, like satire, like the. That's fucking good. That's excellent. Someone should gift you a sub for that. That's how good that was. And I'm not just saying that because I get the money, although I am saying it for that reason too. But you do deserve it.
In this picture, he's just wearing a pair of very popular Margiela boots. And I know that I said conspiracy theories seem a little crazier now than they did in the past, but maybe we're just seeing them more often now because we have immediate...
There's definitely an element of that, and I've talked about this before on the channel, that it's not that the world has gotten crazier necessarily, it's that every crazy prick who used to just be, like, known in the local area as a fucking wacko that used to scream at pigeons, is now, like, has a webcam and 500,000 followers on TikTok or whatever, you know. So they're more prevalent. They have far more of a voice in the discourse of a nation than they once had.
Immediate access to the internet, like, all day. Maybe my hypothesis of conspiracies being crazier in the modern day is incorrect. Maybe they've always been batshit insane, but there's only one way to find out. Yeah, I made some icebergs. I'm sorry, dude, I can't stop. I can't stop making icebergs, dude. I am the opposite of global warming. And I'm going all out in this video because I not only made one iceberg, I made two. I made 2 icebergs. That is right. A second iceberg just hit the video. Both of these icebergs contain conspiracy theories of varying weirdness and obscurity, but one is old conspiracy theories and one is modern. You'll notice the old one is in black and white because color actually didn't exist back then. Everything was black and white. Did anybody else seriously think that as a kid, or is that just me? So we're gonna go through both icebergs.
I suppose it makes sense from a stupid kid's point of view, yeah. Look, I never thought that he was black and white. I was always aware that was just, you know, how cameras were. But, like, I get it. If everything you see from the past was in black and white, you'd think, like, oh, it was black and white. Okay. I mean, we have a thing called, like, school in the UK, which clearly is not always the case in America. How about it, Torgo? Oh, yeah, Hamanas Hands of Fate. Yeah. No, we watched that before. Thinking Cybercat. Christy and I used to do a series called Shit Movies, where we watched shit movies and reported back about how shit they were in a funny and amusing and wry fashion. Which I think they're probably still available on the YouTube somewhere, I imagine, some of those. Yeah, and Manas Hands of Fate was one of them. Well, fucking weird film. Very weird film. Not the worst film, though, of all of them, to be honest. What would be the worst one? Oh, shit. Some of the weird Christian shit was pretty out there, yeah. And there was a weird one about space as well. Anyway.
Icebergs one level at a time and compare and contrast to finally get the answer to the question, when did conspiracies get so crazy?
Hey, what's up, you guys? Yes, welcome back to another.
I figured I'd start with theories that are pretty crazy but also really popular. In the black and white iceberg, we've got the moon landing was fake. And we've all heard this one. This is a theory that the Apollo 11 moon landing, done by Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, never actually happened at all. And instead, it was actually shot on a film set directed by Stanley Kubrick. And this gained a lot of traction back in the day. A 1970 poll revealed that 30% of Americans believed the moon landing to be fake.
Idiots.
Even though the theory has been debunked by like every scientist ever. Regardless, people are still very passionate about this. In the year 2002, a conspiracy theorist confronted Buzz Aldrin to his face outside of his hotel, and he demanded that Buzz Aldrin swears on a Bible that he has been to the moon.
And then gets punched in the face by Buzz Aldrin.
Or on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
But instead of doing that, our boy Buzz did this.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
Oh my god, dude. Just punched him in the fucking face, dude. That's awesome. Dude, that is one of my favorite videos of all time. I mean, there was definitely a better, more mature way for Buzz to handle that. But dude, to be honest, I'd have crazy anger issues too if I was Buzz Aldrin. That fucking bastard Neil Armstrong got to be the first guy to walk onto the moon, and he got to say the iconic line.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
And then
yeah, which by the way, he fucked up. No one talks about this. No one talks about the fact that Armstrong bollocks that line up. The joke, not the joke, the sort of point of the thing was one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind. The point being there that he personally, as one human being, was taking a simple small step, i.e. onto the moon, right? But the fact that a human being was taking a step onto the moon was a giant leap technologically and culturally for the entirety of the human race, i.e. mankind. He did fuck it up. Show me the evidence that he didn't fuck it up. You can't just say the radio cut him off. Where's your evidence? Oh, he said it, did he? He bollocks it up, okay? One small step for mankind. Sorry, it was supposed to be one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind. And he didn't say it. Okay, Alex? This is the conspiracy theory you believe in. That somehow it fucked it up. Oh, the radio fucked up, so he actually got it right in the first place. You are in the pocket of Big Armstrong. Yeah, I'm saying it. I'm saying it now. You're an Armstrong shill. Everyone boo the Armstrong shill, who's also a mod on my channel. Anyway. I got my wife's name wrong during the wedding, sir. Oh, Baron. Please tell me that's actually true and not a joke, because that's the funniest fucking shit. That's the funniest shit.
Security is going to be a very...
Oh, yeah, Buzz Aldrin reacting to Trump was good, yeah.
Big factor with respect to space and space exploration. At some point in the future, we're going to look back and say, how did we do it without space? The Vice President will serve as the Council's... The future of American space leadership, we're going to lead again. It's been a long time. It's over 25 years. Today we're taking a crucial step to secure America's future in space by reviving the National Space Council after it has been dormant almost 25 years, if you can believe it. Today's announcement sends a clear signal to the world that we are restoring America's proud legacy of leadership in space. Without.
Yeah, fair. I think that's a mood, Buzz. That's a mood.
And I guess Buzz had to go right after and be like,
Me too!
Dude, if I was Buzz, I'd be punching everybody in the face. I don't care. And one of the main pieces of evidence that these conspiracy theorists use is the fact that a shuttle with such a small amount of computing power was able to make the trip to the moon and back. Like, they just don't think that's possible. Because it was all the way back in 1969, and like, our fucking iPhones have more computing power than the shuttle. But in reality, pretty much the only reason the Apollo mission was successful was because of the hard work of a scientist named Margaret Hamilton, the woman responsible for developing the entire guide.
Had to do all the mathematics like on paper and shit, like it's the fucking Dark Ages. Mental. What is it, Maria? Neil also bollocksed up the landing by setting down too gently, so the retractable landing legs stayed extended, and the small step off the ladder was instead a 3 feet drop. Honestly, what a fuck up. What an absolute loser. What a loser Armstrong was. I mean, yeah, he may have been the first person to do something fucking unbelievably, incredibly massive for the species, but he fucked things up slightly in tiny ways in a ship that was basically a tin can with lots of fuel. But you know, loser. I'm joking, Alex. I'm being my usual irreverent self. My usual irreverent self in shitting on someone who's achieved something that will far surpass anything I ever do a million times over. Yeah.
Guidance and navigation system for the Apollo 11 mission. It just goes to show you that people would rather believe an insane conspiracy theory spanning the course of over 50 years and thousands of people that are in on it over the hard work of one woman.
That's right, the GOAT!
Okay, so we're gonna move over to the modern day iceberg now. So the first level of this one, I put 9/11 was an inside job. This is also a very popular conspiracy theory.
Thank you, Karl
I never
Marx.
understood how it could be an inside job because the plane was clearly on the outside, but that's neither here nor there. Just like the Twin Towers. Based on surveys done all over the world.
Too soon. Too soon.
25% of people asked who they thought were responsible for the 9/11 attacks answered
Israel. Got 7%. Now, as one knows, if one is a regular viewer of my channel, I am not necessarily the greatest fan of the actions of the Israeli government. Very much so. Their actions, specifically in regards to the people of Palestine, have been nothing short of a fucking massive crime. I'm just going to put this out there, though. And actually, my fucking head is right in the way of the numbers, isn't it? There we go. I'm going to suggest that the 7% of people who said Israel might be Nazi scum. I'm just putting it out there, okay? Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just saying they're probably the kinds of people who should play Roblox together if they want to. That's fine. I've got no problem with that as well. They want to hang out in groups, literally, go for it. Yeah, other. Yeah, where's Saudi Arabia on this? Because there's certainly elements of the Saudi government were definitely, at the very least, overly familiar with quite a lot of the group there, you know. A lot of the people involved were actually Saudi citizens, not Iraqis or Afghans. Which is a bit odd considering those were the two countries we decided to fuck over because of all of this. The two countries who weren't really involved at all. And of course the goats. Where are the goats on this? No one's even mentioning the fucking goats. It was Hamas. It was Hamas. Of course it was Hamas. Have we all remembered, everyone? Have we all said our 10 condemned Hamases for the day? You've got to say your 10 Hail Marys, your 10 condemned Hamases, your 10 Our Fathers, and then pray to the West. Otherwise, a naked, shit-smeared Piers Morgan will scream, "Do you condemn Hamas?" at you as you try to sleep. He will stand there menacingly holding a fucking big knife, threatening to cut you, whilst masturbating furiously about condemning Hamas. He will, okay?
The US government. So why do people think this? The number one claim turned meme is jet fuel can't melt steel beams. And although that may be true, jet fuel can definitely weaken the structural integrity of steel beams, which can then cause them to collapse. Obviously, a fucking airplane flew into a building as fast as it could. No shit, it's gonna collapse, dude. What the fuck? But the main claim is George W. Bush orchestrated the 9/11 attacks to incite fear into the U.S.
Look, I don't want to put that image into your head, but you know what's worse? Seeing the image in front of yourself. So do you condemn Hamases now? Otherwise, the bloated corpse that is Piers Morgan will appear. Like Beetlejuice, but fucking worse.
Population, which would in turn justify the US invading Afghanistan in the global war on terror. But they really just wanted to invade them for their natural resources. But honestly, I don't think the American government would do that. They've always been really nice and super respectful. What I will say though, 9/11, I'd say it was more of a 0 out of 11. Okay, we're gonna move down one more row in each iceberg now. We're gonna start with the old one, and what I put here is the Mad Gasser of Mattoon. I've never heard of this until doing research for this video.
Never heard of this one.
When I read about it, I knew I had to talk about it. So, in 1944, a series of strange occurrences happened in Mattoon, Illinois. One instance involved a married couple waking up in the middle of the night because of a strange, sweet smell. The husband woke up first, and he woke up his wife to see if she also could smell it. And when she woke up, she realized she was unable to move her legs. The husband then became incredibly nauseous and began violently throwing up. Several more of these strange occurrences took place in Mattoon until one person actually spotted a hooded figure dressed in all black outside of their window. News broke out of these events, and the town turned into an all-out frenzy because they were all terrified of the Mad Gasser of Mattoon sneaking into their houses and attacking them with this unknown gas.
Even Time wrote about the gasser.
He moves through the night as nimbly and secretly as a cat, squirting his Swedish gas through bedroom windows.
Okay. Don't like the wording they used one bit. A guy is squirting his sweet gas into your bedroom? Sorry to break it to you, but I think that's your husband's gross farts. Because you can ask my wife, dude, nobody's farts are grosser than a husband's farts. Especially in the 40s, dude. Oh my god. When all they were eating was like fried bread and they only showered once a year. Dude, it would not surprise me that a 1940s guy's farts could paralyze you, dude. I believe that, 100%. Fart that smells so bad you get paralyzed, that's so crazy. That's gotta smell so bad. The Mad Gasser has gotta be the worst supervillain ever. Who are you? I'm the Mad Gasser. My farts stink so bad they cause paralysis. That's impossible. Oh yeah? Check this out. Oh no! I forgot to wear my nose plug. I can't move my legs. Even with my heightened sense of smell, it is no match for me. Oh my god. Oh my god, my legs! Whoa! There are a lot of theories, though, trying to explain what happened in Mattoon. And with everybody freaking out, the police made this formal statement.
The entire incident was likely the result of explainable occurrences exacerbated by public fears, and a sign of the anxiety felt by women while local men were on war service.
Nice, guys. Nobody's gassing you, dude. You guys just miss your husband, so you're acting crazy. Like, just
that is how it
full-on
works.
gaslighting.
Yeah, that is
Literally,
how it works.
like emphasis on gas. Also, I think the cops who made that announcement think way too highly of the guys in town. No husband on earth is so awesome that when they leave, their wife becomes paralyzed. That's insane. The many theories include an escaped Nazi, winds blowing fumes from nearby power plants, and a phenomenon known as mass hysteria, a rare social illness defined as a constellation of symptoms suggestive of organic illness, but without an identified cause in a group of people with shared beliefs about the cause of the symptoms. Another example of mass hysteria I found are the cat nun.
What?
Let girls be girls, man. I start meowing too if I was a nun, dude. That shit seems boring as hell. But personally, I don't think the Mad Gasser of Mattoon was a case of mass hysteria. I think it was a case of ass hysteria.
Hey!
And now, a word from our sponsor. This video is sponsored by Honkai Star. That multiple the day Adam was listed so she can all season EV popular cues and is gonna like and world's game characters. Honkai Star Rail, Disney's Frozen.
People say that Disney's head is cryogenically frozen, but that's why Disney released the movie Frozen, so that when you Google Disney's Frozen, the movie showed up and not articles about him being frozen.
That's BS.
That's what the fuck is the point of that? What? Oh, that's bollocks.
Yes, there's no way. You think that's a thing?
Yes.
Okay, this one doesn't really make sense to me because why the fuck? Who fucking cares if
Exactly.
Walt Disney froze his head? This is the
Yeah, who gives a shit at this? No one fucking cares. It's fucking Walt Disney.
reaction that Disney wanted when we Google Walt Disney Frozen.
So no head?
Also, dude, if you search Walt Disney Frozen, literally the first result is a BBC article titled "The Truth Behind Walt Disney's Frozen Head." And the other top 2 results are also in reference to him being frozen. So it clearly didn't fucking work. And I guess if this conspiracy was true...
Yeah, let's test it out, shall we? Disney's Frozen. Frozen the musical? Frozen. Oh, actually, no. To be fair, okay. Frozen film, Frozen the musical. Actually, no, you know, for me, it is all Disney Frozen shit. Disney's Frozen Junior? Oh, that's still Disney. Yeah, actually, you know what? It did work for me. Maybe it's just in America people are fucking doing dumb shit with it. Maybe in America you're all just so fucking conspiracy pilled that you're Googling it enough that the algorithm gives you that result. I don't know. Also, I don't care. It's fucking Disney. I like the sing-along. I'm not fucking getting into that.
I'm guessing like the reason they would do this is they don't want people looking into Walt Disney's like personal...
I'm not getting into that. I suppose I'll let it go. End me. End my suffering.
life, or looking into the claims that he was like racist, anti-Semitic, and sexist and stuff. But if that's the case, Disney, why would you put out a movie called N-Word? Oh, sorry. I think to dispel all that stuff, I think Disney should just put out a movie called Super Nice Inclusive Guy. Alright, we're gonna keep on moving down to the 3rd level of the icebergs. For this one, I put the Denver Airport. There are many conspiracies surrounding the airport, and I'm gonna try to talk about all of them. So the Denver Airport opened to the public in 1995, and when it was built, citizens of Colorado were already like raising their eyebrows about it because they already had the perfectly fine Stapleton Airport just a short drive away. So people began speculating that this airport was built for a different reason. And the reason people think the airport was built was to house a secret underground tunnel system that leads to survival bunkers for the elites, military bases, alien research facilities, and homes for lizard humanoid creatures. And you know what? Pretty diverse community down there, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
That sounds fucking awesome. If that's all
let's
true,
do
they're
that.
probably all having a blast down there in the tunnels. Hey, sorry I'm late. It's alright, man. We just have a lot of flights. Dude, what the fuck happened? Yeah, I hung out with the lizard people last night, and I fell asleep under their heat lamp. No, dude, you're missing an arm. Oh, yeah. Well, they told me it would grow back. What else did they tell you? Apparently I can save 15% or more on my car insurance by switching to Geico. And don't get me wrong,
That's a lizard joke.
I'm not saying there aren't tunnels underneath the literal biggest airport in America. Like, you need ways to get around quickly away from large groups of people, and you need an efficient way to transport luggage. So I think that's what they're there for, not fucking aliens and lizard humanoids. But people think the art inside the Denver airport is also alluding to the Illuminati and the Freemasons and other secret groups controlling the world. The main piece of evidence they use to support their theories is the large horse statue outside of the airport.
It's a bit weird.
Lucifer. Now, I've personally been to this airport and I've seen Lucifer with my own eyes, and I gotta say, it's pretty fucking creepy. It is weird. It's a big blue horse with glowing red eyes. It's spooky. And what makes it even scarier is the artist behind the statue, Luis Jimenez. He actually died while working on the statue. A piece of the statue fell on him and severed a tendon, and he sadly passed away, which is why.
That's okay. That's a bit fucking mental. Yeah.
And you know, instead of being a normal person and being like, wow, that's a tragedy, I'm really sad that happened, conspiracy theorists are like, see, it's because airport evil. If you go to the airport today, you'll notice that they're really playing into it. They reference aliens all over, they're always joking about conspiracy theories, and I think that's awesome. That's super funny. They should go even further. I think all the people working should wear like super realistic alien masks all day. That'd be hilarious. But the annoying thing about conspiracy theorists, no matter what you do or say, they'll find a way to make that support their own theories. For example, the top comment on a YouTube video explaining all the conspiracy theories is, best way to hide something that people know is going on is to do it in plain sight and make it all a joke.
So literally, you've just made up your own version of reality, and you're gonna say everything that happens supports my theory, because if they try and hide it, so if it's like secret information that we've uncovered, that's a symbol that it's definitely a real fucking secret, blah, 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 yeah. Whereas if it's in plain sight, well, that's exactly what they would do, wouldn't they, to try and trick you? So it doesn't matter what happens, you're just going to think that that backs up your fucking thing. Like, this bollocks, man. You're just full of shit. You're just fucking full of shit. It's just an airport with a creepy horse statue. Get the fuck over yourselves.
Shut up, man. Shut the fuck up. Because you know for a fact that if the Denver airport never mentioned it or didn't talk about it ever, this same person will be commenting, oh, why haven't they said anything about it? They're just being awfully quiet about this. That means they're hiding something. And also, this isn't the airport conspiracy
I didn't
theory that we need
pre-watch,
to
I
be
promise.
worrying about. We need people, boots on the ground. We need people researching why it is that the second people walk into an airport, they become the dumbest version of themselves. Except for me. Nobody knows how to behave in airports except for me. I'm convinced. All right, sorry. I could complain about airports all day. Let's move over to the third level of modern conspiracy theories. This level I put celebrity reincarnation. This is a theory that celebrities that have passed away are reincarnated into new celebrities. There's a meme that's been going around lately that's sort of in tandem with this idea. We have on the left here Stanley Kubrick, died 1999, and then on the right here, born 2000, it's Ice Spice. At the bottom it says welcome back, Stanley Kubrick. Ice Spice directed the moon landing, dude. You know how I know? What is it called when you show your butt to someone? Mooning. And what does Ice Spice do when she's singing her awesome songs?
She's showing her panty.
Proof is in the pudding, brother. I also saw a meme like this on my subreddit recently too
True.
that I want to talk about. Died in 1994.
He's put all the pieces together. It makes a lot of sense.
Born 1994. Welcome back, Kurt Cobain. Now this was actually pretty crazy because we got the same name. We're both Kurt's, but we also have the same initials. He died April 5th, 1994, which is 04/05, 1994. And I was born on May 4th, 1994, which is 05/04/9.
No, it isn't. Those are the other way round. Those are the other way round. Stop being shit, America.
94.
Oh my god.
And I also just found out while researching Kurt Cobain's life that his ancestors actually lived in Cornwall, Ontario, a mere 4-hour drive from where I was born in Toronto. Toronto. Kurt Cobain also had divorced parents like me, he played Little League Baseball like me, and apparently everybody in his high school thought he was gay. Just like me. And also, the last time I was in New York, someone stopped me and asked for a picture, and they seriously, no joke, they called me Kurt Cobain, which is probably hands down the funniest fan interaction I've ever had, because she was with her dad, who was clearly like a Nirvana fan, and he was like, yo, what the fuck? That's obviously not Kurt Cobain. He's been dead for a long time. A lot of quinky dinks, but I can
yeah, but he has been reincarnated, so checkmate.
Assure you, I am not Kurt Cobain. I did see a pretty wild video making some bold claims about a different celebrity reincarnation theory that I would love to talk about. The title of this video is, Did Princess Diana Reincarnate as the Global Pop Star Jeon Jungkook? Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. And before we get into this video, let me preface this by saying I am not criticizing BTS or the fans of BTS. I have nothing against them. I've only heard bangers from BTS. I have no beef whatsoever, okay? Keep it up. This was just a silly video that I want to talk about. Alright, leave me alone.
Princess Diana died on August 31st, 1997, around 3 a.m. at midnight. Jungkook...
I remember that. I remember learning about that and being like, oh, that's fucked. Anyway, what's for breakfast? I was a child.
Was born on the 1st of September 1997 around 3:23.
And then talking about fucking mass hysteria, Jesus Christ, the weird, horrible mourning of mourning, as in like mourning a dead person, of Princess Diana was so fucking mental. The country went crazy for like months about it, and even now, like fucking decades later, the press still love dredging up a fucking Diana story from nowhere. It's fucking stupid.
25 a.m. That is exactly 24 hours later. Not only that, both of them were born on the 1st of the month.
Crazy. I'll summarize the other points made in the video really quick. So they both became public figures when they were 16 years old. Jungkook is from South Korea, and that's very important because the last trip Princess Diana and Prince Charles took before their divorce was to South Korea. And on the flip side of that, London, England is very important to Jungkook because BTS was the first Korean band to play at Wembley Stadium. They also have the same personality types. They're both the same height. And then this is the part of the video where they put up some hilarious side-by-side comparisons.
What? That's... Okay, they're both human. They're both human, or in human suits at least. What's the comparison here? Yeah, they both got 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, vertical symmetry. Yeah, they're human. Yeah. What's the similarity here exactly?
They both took black and white pictures, man. Can't argue with that.
They both looked up.
They've both looked up before. Not a lot of people do that, man. I've never done it. I don't even know how. Obviously, you can do these side by side.
Did you know that dogs can't look up?
Comparisons with like any celebrities, you can find pictures that look a little similar, but the craziest part of this theory is yet to come.
Moving to next is the day Queen Elizabeth passed away.
Yeah. So there was a popular tweet that claims that every 25 years, the reincarnated person, Princess Diana in this case, has a 7-day window of consciousness to fulfill their like unfinished business. This is in reference to the fact that the Queen died 7 days after Jungkook's 25th birthday.
Right, but like, why do? What's that based on? Where are you getting that from? You've just made that shit up. It's nothing. It's nothing. John Lennon reincarnated as Taylor Swift. Diane is still alive and drives little Fiat Uno around Croydon. Fact. I could believe it. I can believe it. Yeah, exactly. Is John Cook or whatever the fuck his name? I don't know. He's the BTS man. He apparently murdered the Queen, which I'll be honest with you, is stolen valor because we all know that it was Liz Truss that murdered the Queen. Again, not killed, murdered, bare hands round the throat. Yeah. So we know that's yeah. This is not true. This is fucking BTS trying like fucking little fucking camping twat trying to steal kills. Yeah.
So I guess Princess Diana had 7 days of consciousness in Jungkook's body, and on the 7th day, I guess she fucking killed the queen. Like, it sounds wild, but they have proof to back it up. BTS did a live stream a few hours before the queen's death, and apparently Jungkook was being very quiet and he seemed really tired, which is unlike him. And this inspired probably the funniest tweet of all time. Jungkook was getting sleepy during the live because the spirit of Diana within him was getting stronger, and she needed to take over his body to finally witness the death of Queen Elizabeth.
Hang on, witness the death. So, what is the 25-year thing then? If it's just she as him gets to witness the death, then it didn't matter, did it? Because she was already going to die at that exact moment, and the reincarnation in the young man's body has nothing to do with it. Unless you are suggesting she takes possession of his body and kills the queen, there'd be again a through line, a very weird sci-fi through line, but that would make sense. Whereas in this scenario you are providing,
Stop it. Get some help.
quite so. In the situation you're providing here, him being possessed by the ghost of this dead person has made no practical difference to the situation. Whether it happened or not, the event was going to happen. This is extraneous. Thank you, Rohack, for resubscribing. Much love to you. 13 months or some shit. Keep it up, Kevstar. Smoke type. True. Thank you, Queen. King. Queen. I don't know what. Yeah, whatever you go by. That one. Anyway, don't forget you can also subscribe to the channel or do bits messages. These are things you can do. You can give subs to the community. You can subscribe with Amazon motherfucking Prime and give me all of Jeff Bezos' money. Boom.
Dude, that's so funny, man. Imagine the band members are just like, Jungkook, what's going on? Why are you so tired? Jungkook is gone. Only Princess Diana remains. Okay, let's move on down to the next level. We're now halfway down the iceberg, so things are going to start to get pretty weird. This next theory in the old iceberg is lottery trap.
Have you ever heard of the lottery conspiracy theory? You know when you go inside of a gas station and you find lottery tickets and people buy them and they scratch them off in hopes of winning millions of dollars? What if I told you about the conspiracy theory that says the government created the lottery in order to catch time travelers? I know it sounds crazy, but just bear with me, it's going to make a lot of sense.
Okay.
You have a 1 in 300 million chance of winning this lottery. Or in other words, you would need to be struck by lightning 21 times back to back to back in order to win this lottery.
Okay, I don't know if that's how that works. The way he worded that was really funny. You need to get struck by lightning 21 times in a row in order to win the lottery. That's easy, dude. If you want to win the lottery real quick, during a thunderstorm, go to an open field, hold a big metal rod.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, he fucked that up. He pulled an Armstrong, if you will.
You win the lottery. Walk into a convenience store, burnt to a crisp, like, where's my money? Yeah, like the TikTok said, this is the theory that claims that the lottery was created by the government to catch time travel. Because that's what you gotta do with people who can travel through time. You just gotta...
Elliot, yeah, we'll probably do a Tanky Tuesday at some point in the future, yeah. In the meantime, you can always go and watch that series yourself it's on YouTube, Soviet Storm. It's very good.
Catch it is super funny that they use the word catch. Just picturing the person who won the lottery going into the lottery building to, claim their prize. And they walk into the building, Chris Hansen is just like,
Why don't you have a seat right over there?
Obviously, the odds of winning the lottery are very, very low, like next to impossible. But that doesn't mean the winner is a time traveler, right? Like, someone has to win the lottery. If this was true, it'd be super fucked up if someone won the lottery, like, fair and square, but the government still thinks that they're a time traveler. So you're from the future, huh? No. Flying cars, vacations to Pluto. Not good enough for you, huh? So you had to come all the way back here just to make a quick buck. Well, I caught you.
Sir, I bought a lottery ticket just like everybody else, okay? I just got lucky.
Tell the truth, you fucking piece of shit!
Alright, fine. Jesus. You can't say that shit.
Whatever.
Okay, look, I'm not from this time, okay? But I'm not a time traveler. All I really did was travel from my dimension to a parallel dimension
or I won the lottery. That's impossible. It's string theory, sir. There's an infinite number of parallel dimensions, each a little different than the last. Anything is possible. Hell, there's probably a...
That is the strangest sentence I've ever seen, and I love it. Dodi Fired is inside Kim Jong-un's tiny head and drives him like a tractor. You're the greatest nonsense poet that's ever lived, all the president's brains. Honestly. That is opened up windows in my mind to the possibilities. You've changed my life, and you've changed the world. Thank you.
A dimension out there where you and I are making out. Maybe it's this one. Stop! I'm you from the future. Don't kiss him. He's really bad at it. Hey! I don't really believe this theory that much. And even so, like, if people are smart enough to figure out time travel, fucking let them do it. Why do you gotta catch them? They earn that. Also, it doesn't really check out when you realize that, like, half the people who win the fucking lottery go bankrupt in the next, like, 5 years. So that would mean they're smart enough to invent time travel, but not smart enough to hire an accountant. Gotcha. Alright, we're gonna move over to the 4th level of the modern conspiracy theories now. And for this level, I put humiliation rituals. This is one that I've seen pop up a bunch over this past year especially. So let's watch a TikTok that explains it fully.
The humiliation ritual is used by the elite to ensure absolute devotion and loyalty during the initiation process. Rejection, pain, and embarrassment is used to humble the initiant. The elites are doing this because it's proving to the initiant that yes, you're gonna receive power, fame, money, all of these things, but they are just a puppet and the master is pulling their strings.
So pretty fucking insane. A lot of people comment like, oh,
this gotta be a humiliation ritual.
Whenever there's a celebrity doing something like a little different, you know, or wearing an outfit that's like a little out there.
No, this is not a humiliation ritual. I feel sexy as I'm cute.
The main one though is men wearing dresses.
All these guys are wearing dresses. Show me one person that ever wore a dress in Hollywood unsuccessfully. That's how you understand what a ritual is.
And it's like, yo, guys, if you're gonna make the claim that dude's wearing
this one doesn't even make this is rubbish. Give me a proper one. Give me a Lee Harvey Oswald was a fucking alien turtle man or something. Give me something. This is shit.
Dresses is a
like you've got to give Alex Jones his due, right? He's really good at just talking shit. Just talking shit, but coming up with like funny, crazy conspiracies that like maybe some of them sound vaguely reasonable, but most of them are just whack. But like it's entertaining. This one's just rubbish. They make them wear dresses. What? Who's even embarrassed by that? Who gives a fuck? Men have been wearing dresses since forever. The fuck do you think Shakespeare's female characters were? They were dudes in dresses. It was fine. Fuck me. If time travel was ever going to be invented, wouldn't we know by now? You would think so, certainly. Or maybe it's the alien space lizards who have travelled back in time.
Humiliation ritual. How about you don't show the hottest guys in the world looking fucking awesome? Like, what the fuck? That's not humiliating whatsoever. They all look hot as hell. Are you joking? This goes to show you how fucking brain dead a lot of these conspiracy theorists are. It's like, it's not a fucking humiliation ritual, dude. I think a guy was like, you know what? I think I'm gonna try a dress on and see how I feel. Oh, I feel great? Cool. Take a picture of me, please.
When you say didn't even Dave Chappelle endorse this thing, you don't need the word even there, because Dave Chappelle is a conspiracy theorist, yeah. Dave Chappelle said some unbelievably dumb shit, yeah. When you're so transphobic and against drag, you think it has to be a conspiracy. True.
Which is totally fine, because what is a dress? It's a fucking piece of fabric, dude. A skirt is one big, wide pant leg. What's the issue?
True.
Another example I saw of this was during the Oscars when John Cena walked out like butt-ass naked. And this guy tweeted, "This is called the humiliation ritual."
What's humiliating? He looks fucking amazing. Who has muscles like this? The fuck are you talking about?
Well, Cat Williams was right. Yeah, man. Yeah, for sure. I'm sure John Cena was really embarrassed showing off his perfect body to millions of people. Yeah.
Look at his cum gutters.
How does he do it? That was so humiliating, dude. What the fuck, dude? That's so embarrassing, bro. If John Cena ever actually participated in a humiliation ritual, it was when he played Fred's father in the Fred movies. Okay, so now we're in the second last level of the icebergs, alright? We're gonna start kicking it up a notch. For the old iceberg, I put Agartha. So Agartha, aside from being the noise I make when I sneeze, Agartha is a supposed hidden subterranean civilization inside the Earth. This
Okay, I believe this one. I'd never heard of it before, but I do believe this one.
Conspiracy theory dates all the way back to 1886, and it was perpetuated further when Admiral Richard E. Byrd flew to Antarctica. Of course, a pilot's last name is Byrd. He flew to Antarctica, and he claimed to have flown down into the Earth, into Agartha, and discovered lush jungles and a shiny, crisp...
Did he provide any evidence for this? Or was it just a claim that no one else could back up at all and there was no evidence for? Yeah.
Still metropolis. Believers also claim that there are, like, giants and other advanced species down there as well.
Is down there.
Giant monsters.
Giant monsters. They're friggin' huge. They're fucking scary big monsters down there. Don't go. I'm scared. I'm scared just talking about it.
How long have they been here?
Millions of years. Probably even maybe since the beginning of the planet.
Could you give me an example of what one of these giants looked like?
Sure. If you want to imagine something...
What is the... Again, where is your fucking evidence for this? Where... Show me anything. Don't tell me about ancient fucking species of giants. Show me some shit. And not some, like, grainy little bit of footage like some Bigfoot nonsense. Give me some fucking evidence, you cunts. Stop fucking lying to me.
That resembles a big furry...
Furry?
Oh, bourgeois degeneracy noted. Hey-oh.
Confirmed, there is a secret furry civilization living underground. You hear that, furries? Storm the caves. Now, do it. I watched more of that interview with this Agartha specialist, and he was talking some crazy shit, dude. He claims that there's entire cities down there with a completely opposite gravitational pull, and they're all populated with, like, a ton of different species.
We have a native...
You know, I've heard the Nazi Antarctica conspiracy theory before, but I hadn't heard Agartha. Do you remember Brett Keane? He actually made a claim recently on Sky and C are connected because it's written in the Bible. I do remember Brett Keane, and I'm glad to hear he's still fucking mental. I wouldn't want it any other way.
Terrestrial reptoid species that we often refer to as the raptor species, they live down there.
Lion,
we have
just
a
lion.
indigenous native insectoid species, which we kind of think...
He watched A Bug's Life. He watched fucking ants and thought it was look at this fucking just grim shit. So you've got cartoons. Your evidence for this is some cartoons. Awesome.
Think of as ant people, they live down there.
Liar.
Some who are not from here but live and work there. Ancient Lumerians, Atlanteans.
So they commute? They commute into the Antarctica, do they?
When some of them went, you know, underground.
See, even Antarctica's having a problem with these economic migrants. They need to stop the fucking small boats from Lemuria.
It's where some of the beginning of some of the Agarthan cities that we kind of think of as run by the Nordics, you know, these sort of tall, blondie, blue-eyed folks.
What are you talking about? The fact that this interview isn't like, what, every 2 seconds is mind-boggling. That is a professional right there, dude. What are they all doing down there? Fucking come hang out. The fuck? Also, I'd be so mad if I was them. If I lived down there, I've lived in a basement before. It sucked. Even when there's one person moving above you, you hear everything. It's loud as fuck. Could you imagine the sound of 8 billion people moving around above you? That's a nightmare, dude. You need a real big broomstick to fucking... And the lore goes real deep on this one too, and it's kind of evolved into this thing called the Hollow Earth theory that some people are fucking really obsessed.
Oh, I actually have heard a Hollow Earth thing, yeah.
with today. Here's a video of someone finding proof that Agartha exists. Hollow Earth time.
That's a cave. Is this man just showing us a fucking cave? It's a fucking cave!
Saw a dark cave, so that must mean there's a secret civilization underneath the ground. One time I was swimming in the
You realise there are caves on Earth? That's actually a very, very well... There's literally an entire fucking field of research and pastime of spelunking where people go around in caves and shit. It's a very well known about concept. There are many cave systems that are actually significant tourist attractions. That you just showed me a cave. It is to be fair, it is a cave, yeah. But the actual theory isn't just that there's a cave. That's like, if that was the theory, you know what? I'd buy into it. I reckon there is a cave. If that's where the sentence ended, there is a theory that there's a cave. Bang on. I will absolutely co-sign that one. Tick. It's the bit after that where there's a cave where there's an ancient civilization with crystal buildings and ant people and lizard people and shit. It's that bit, and they haven't shown that. They showed the cave, not the rest of it though. It's a bit of a... That's an issue for me, I'll be honest with you. I'm finding it difficult to navigate that problem with the evidence so far.
Ocean, I couldn't see the bottom of the ocean, so obviously Atlantis is real. And this theory is pretty fucking wild. It's insane. The more I've read about it, it's kind of scary how people believe this. But people put a lot of time into the details of it, dude. There are even like full maps of Agartha available online. Like this one here, that's... That's something. This kind of looks like the person who made the Agartha map really wanted to like draw it out, but all they had laying around was a fucking diagram of a vagina. They're just like, hey, I'll just work around it. That's fine. Dude, this is crazy.
Yes, a lot of men can't find the North Pole. It's sad. It's not actually that difficult to find. It's pretty out there in the open, but a lot of men do find it difficult finding the North Pole.
Crazy though, holy shit, they got the Hillar and the Atvabar and the Milosis. Ooh, they even got a swang in the middle. Got that swang. That's a Ray Sremmerd song, right?
Know some young niggas like to sway.
Dude, count me in. I'm going to Agartha if Sway Lee is down there, bro. Well, I guess everything is backwards down there, right? So I guess his name would be Lee Sway.
Lee Sway, it's the same difference.
Oh, alright, sweet. Okay, yeah, this is the detailed map that's on the front of a book about Agartha. They got fucking City of Shambhala, base to and from other galaxies. I guess this is pretty impressive, but also, one time when I was a kid, I drew a full map of a made-up world for my Bionicles, because the lore that I created for them was so deep and complex, but you don't fucking see me publishing a book about it, so not impressed. In recent months, though, unfortunately, this conspiracy has kind of evolved into something pretty, like, negative and harmful. There are, like, countless TikToks featuring white men with blue eyes and blonde hair, and they're being like, yo, am I getting in...
Okie dokie, we've got Russian Nazi boys, right.
To Agartha, because people are claiming that there is like an Aryan Nordic race that is like controlling it and shit. So I've seen a lot of gnarly anti-Semitism on TikTok because of this conspiracy theory, which is super fucked up. So yeah, obviously this theory is not true at all. This is dumb and stupid and insane. We have an unlimited amount of scientific data done by the smartest people who have ever lived, who can prove that the Earth has a crust, a mantle, an outer core, an inner core, and it's like 9,000 fucking degrees down there. So
yeah, but they're in the pocket of big fucking Nibiru or whatever it was. I've already forgotten what they called it. Agartha. They're Agartha pilled. They're in the pocket of the Agartha, the Agathia, like mafia.
Oh, good luck to those fucking ants and raptor people who live down there, dude. Your monsters are gonna burn.
I said your fucking
Monsters
gonna burn.
Okay, so for the 5th level of the modern iceberg, I decided to pick one that's pretty similar to Agartha, and that is the flat Earth / ice wall. So unlike the Agartha theory that maintained that the Earth was a globe, this theory claims that the Earth is actually flat, and NASA...
Oh, that is an adorable pupper. Also, condolences on your loss, 255. But also, cute dog. Yeah, Bailey, my dad's old dog. She was chocolate brown though, rather than that's a black one, I think. But yeah, a lab Staffy cross. Pupperino, love it.
As well as like every other scientist in the world is in on this lie that the Earth is round. And this community is massive. They have like flat Earth conventions that people will travel to. Some of them will even take planes to get to the flat Earth convention. They'll be 30,000 feet in the air looking at the curvature of the Earth, and they'll be like, oh great, the fucking airlines are in on it too. The first time I heard about the flat Earth community was back in 2016 from the rapper B.O.B. He publicly stated that he thought the Earth was flat, and then he got an argument on Twitter with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and then he put out a diss track against Neil deGrasse Tyson called Flatline.
He put out a diss track against Neil deGrasse Tyson. Oh, my head hurts. That's too stupid. As a sentence, that is too stupid.
Neil Tyson need to loosen up his vest and probably write that man one hell of a check. Indoctrinated in a cult called science.
Dude, how the fuck are you gonna do a diss track against a scientist? That is so lame. So I fucked your bitch, you flat motherfucker. You should have said that, dude. So obviously this theory is incorrect. The Earth is not flat. It is thick as hell. And there's a million facts that prove flat earthers wrong. And dude, even...
Yeah, how did you not do that? Like, you know, the Earth is just like your. I suppose they would say bitch, maybe. The Earth is like your bitch's ass, flat. Like, I've already done a better diss than you did, and I'm not a rapper. I'm a silly white boy on the internet. That is tragic, B.O.B. Tragic.
Prove themselves wrong. There is an amazing video of flat earthers trying to prove that the Earth is flat by shining a light through a series of holes at a certain height, and if the other person holds their light up higher to take the curvature of the Earth into account, then it proves the Earth is round. And the moment they realize that they're wrong is
I don't want to cover Metatron just yet. We'll get back to him at some point, I'm sure. But
pure magic.
Not for now.
Lift up your light way above your head.
Lift up your light.
You can't write shit funnier than that, dude. That's so good. But even after that, they still believe, dude. There's something about conspiracy theorists, man. They have a sense of stubbornness that's almost admirable. You could literally take a flat earther to space in a spaceship, show him the globe, the fucking round Earth, and they'd be like, the thing I don't get about this is like, why the fuck would they keep this a secret if it was true? Like, who is this benefiting? And also, there's no shock that every NASA employee ever could just keep their yap shut about this. There's no fucking way. People love the gossip, especially nerds, dude. But this is where the problems surrounding modern belief in conspiracy theories really reveals itself. While doing research, I found a TikTok featured a mom filming her 11-year-old daughter. She was complaining about what she's being taught in school.
Guess what we learned today at school?
What did you learn?
We learned about how the Earth went around the sun.
Do you want to tell them the truth?
She goes on to explain the flat Earth theory and shit, talks about God and everything. Here's a great comment on this TikTok. The real truth has to come out about all this. It's getting ridiculous. Dude, and that's from Mr. Beer, dude. Drunkest guy in the world. Let's learn how to spell words correctly before we question the intelligence and integrity of scientists, okay? Mr. Beer, if that's even your real name. There's also another TikTok featuring that 11-year-old. And in the TikTok, she's about to go to school with her science project.
That's not a science project. What the is that Santa? Is that Santa nearest to us?
project, which is a diorama of the flat earth. But obviously that's not real, because if your mom is fucking crazy enough to believe in the flat earth genuinely, then she's not sending you to a public school where they will actually teach you how things work in the real world. They're gonna homeschool you 100%, where they can indoctrinate you into the cult of conspiracy theories, and you're gonna know absolutely nothing by the time you're an adult. It's gonna be great. Can't wait. It's awesome. Life rocks. This is the best time to be alive. And this is a clear demonstration of the dangers of conspiracy theories and living in the information age. Anybody, anywhere, can say anything for any reason at any time, and anybody can see it, and it can influence people who are already vulnerable or scared or confused
or just
or
fucking
just
dumb.
up fucking dumb as shit.
Yeah,
like
just,
this conspiracy
just idiots. Yes.
theorist, for example.
We didn't have tornadoes here until we started putting in
Tornadoes. We didn't have tornadoes. You can't even say tornado. The fuck? Tornadoes.
into traffic circles. That when people go round and round in circles, it causes disturbance in the atmosphere and
I just need to take a second to deal with that level of stupidity. Oh, mercy, mercy me. The traffic island, people going round and round the traffic islands causes tornadoes. Nope. I don't know what else to say, but just no. You are incorrect, sir. Tornadoes.
causes tornadoes.
Really creative, okay? There's no way that this idiot thought of that on his own. He probably heard it online somewhere and now he's fucking freaking out about it, dude. You know how fast you gotta drive around in circles to make tornadoes? Who lives in your town? Fucking Sonic the Hedgehog? What the fuck? I don't know, man. Like, back in the day, conspiracy theories were just spread by word of mouth or maybe in a trusted news.
No, thinking Sabercat, tornadoes are caused by people going round and round traffic islands. Obviously. You just heard the scientist, man. There's definitely a scientist, man. Say it.
Publication, rarely, but even when they did it, it was like, guys, this is just a theory. Do not fucking believe this. So the theories would remain as theories. But today, I feel like we're just bombarded with information from every angle, and some of this information can come from unreputable sources who are just looking to gain followers or money or both. Fucking every prominent flat earther I've looked up has merch, books, ticketed events. Like, it's all for money, dude. Okay, sorry for yapping even more, but I found something really interesting while I was editing, and I gotta talk about it really quick. So there's a prominent flat earther named Mark Sargent, and in all of his video descriptions, there's a link to download the Flat Earth app. And then one of the pictures on the download page like gives you a preview of what the app looks like. And some of the stuff on there is some of the craziest shit I think I've ever seen. You know, so you got memorabilia like clothing, flat earth models. Then there's also this thing called Truth Smacks. Power-packed snacks with a dose of flat earth. What the
Yeah, what's the flat earth element of that?
fuck does that mean? How much of a flat earth dick rider do you have to be to even base your food around well, not, I guess not around, because
Spheres don't exist.
but still, I don't want a dose of any earth in my snacks, flat or otherwise. And then my favorite part, on the next row below that, there's an ad for crypto consultants.
Of course there is.
And other various crypto coins. But
Of course, it's just the biggest fucking scam in the world. I've been saying this, people. Crypto is the biggest load of shite I've ever seen. It is.
Welshie Jim donated $12.65. Thank you for being super funny and also informing me of new shit I never knew before.
Thank you, Welshie Jim. Also for the very specific amount of money. I appreciate that enormously. Much love. Crypto bullshit. Not even once.
But yeah, they're definitely only doing this to spread the truth, right? They're not in it for money whatsoever.
Okay, 255, what you got for me, boy? In the Metatron video, he used, the Historia Augusta to argue Hadrian wasn't gay. That's the ancient equivalent of using the Protocols of the Elders of Zion as a source. He also says British culture is too pro-gay. It's honestly one of the worst videos he's ever made. How are we too pro-gay? We are not pro-gay enough. I say we should absolutely be sucking more dick. I gave £10. I don't know why it said that very specific amount. Yeah, I don't get that. Because it definitely said £12.65. So I have no idea what the... Anyway, if you need me to refund £2.65 because you over-clicked or whatever, I don't fucking know.
Wilkes!
What is this? Dinosaurs caught fire by breathing too hard. Okay.
You may well ask me what is my theory. I am asking.
Well, very simply, before the flood, dinosaurs lived in a very, very high oxygen environment, but after the flood, they were in terrible trouble because their nostrils were simply not well adapted for breathing in a low oxygen environment. Now, I don't know if you've heard about, in England, we talk about St. George and the Dragon. And dragons...
Oh, fucking... You can't do this kind of sonic damage to me. I've just had to process a guy going on about tornadoes being caused by people doing traffic. And now this guy's going to say... Firstly, what the fuck are you talking about? High and low... right, okay. And so the dinosaur's breath spontaneously combusted somehow, and that's where we get the idea of dragons. But humans weren't around. Oh, we said after the Great Flood. Oh, well, so he's just making shit up. Yeah, okay. Why am I trying to look for fucking logic in any of this? It's just fucking babble. Psycho-babble freakery.
Not much is known about them.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that's known about dragons, Richard. They're not real. They're creatures from mythology. We know as much about dragons as we do unicorns, water nymphs, and flying reindeer. But come on, I want to hear your theory about the dinosaurs.
Now, I want you to imagine a dinosaur living in a low oxygen environment with huge, great lungs, about the size...
Well, it's going to create sparks. Also, it's less likely to cause fire in a low oxygen... Like, you know, oxygen is necessary for the fire, so having less oxygen would actually be a really bad thing for your theory. Okay.
As possibly of the room you're in right now, breathing through tiny, tiny little nostrils, which were not adapted for a low oxygen environment. Well, what would happen?
Hello, localist party. You should hit the follow button. We're talking about serious politics. Dragons.
That poor dinosaur was breathing heavily in and out through those very narrow...
But I like the fact that the cartoon is a fucking triceratops with an oxygen tank. It's the dumbest shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Victory is ours.
Welcome aboard, localist party. Much love.
Nostrils. Well, I'll tell you what would happen is the nostrils would catch on fire.
Why? What are you talking? Hey, whoa. Why would they? That's a leap. Why? I can understand them having trouble breathing under your completely made up scenario, but why would that necessitate... Why would that necessitate a fucking catching on fire? You could also just as easily...
I'm sorry, my brain must have been...
their fucking breath would turn into cheese. Why not?
Numbed by listening to too many creationist videos. For a moment I thought you said that breathing heavily would cause their nostrils to catch on fire.
Yeah.
You didn't say that, did you?
And maybe that's how we get legends of fire-breathing dragons.
No, we don't. No, we don't. You're a fucking lunatic. That's amazing. I honestly thought the tornadoes guy was going to be the worst. I honestly thought he was going to be the worst shit we'd hear tonight. I was incorrect, and I am happy to admit I was wrong. I apologise profusely. 255, we are dealing with a different thing tonight. God bless you, my man, but we are not dealing with ancient Roman history this evening. We are dealing with other shit.
And it's like truly poetic how the people who believe in a make-believe fantasy are also promoting make-believe currencies.
True.
And I feel like I'm already giving away the conclusion to this video before we get into the final conspiracy.
The Earth is flat, but you know what's not flat? The fucking stonks! Straight to the moon! Woo! I'm sure though someone's already done that kind of art, that literal advertisement like that. The Earth is flat, but the value of your portfolio doesn't need to be.
Conspiracy theories, but I think the main catalyst for the rise in popularity of conspiracy theories, I think the reason behind all this was COVID-19 and the lockdowns in 2020 and 2021. People were sad, scared.
Yeah, no, I did ask, to be fair, 255, yeah.
Confused, vulnerable, but worst of all, they were isolated. They were alone. And the only thing people could do was search the internet. And unfortunately, a lot of people were caught in this fucking conspiracy pipeline. And fucking now it's way too late for them to come out. And it sucks, dude. I've seen like acquaintances of mine that have gone down this pipeline. And it's like, fuck, hey, I'll never talk to them again. It's weird, dude. I just feel like now we're seeing a lot more real life consequences from people believing in conspiracy theories, right? You got children being taught incorrect nonsense by their parents, people dying from COVID because they didn't want to get the vaccine because they thought the vaccine contained nanotechnology that could be activated by 5G towers. Yes, that.
But that's true, that can happen. That's how we're turning you all trans.
That is real. People believe that. Conservatives getting arrested for storming the Capitol on January 6th because they were lied to about theories about a stolen election. The list goes on. But sorry, flat Earth, stupid, and it's wrong. The Earth is a globe, obviously. Agartha clears, dude. At least it had big furry monsters.
Giant monsters.
All right, final level of the icebergs. These ones are fucking super out there, but I picked them because they're also really silly. So the last conspiracy on the old iceberg is the glass camera. Okay, so the glass camera is an invisible device that was apparently used to record what people see during astral projection. If you're unfamiliar with astral projection, it's basically like an out-of-body experience where you can like travel the astral plane, you can go to different universes, you can travel back in time and stuff. It's crazy. And this glass camera was supposed to record all of that and like transmit it to like a screen where people can watch. And the crazy theory behind this is that this psychic named Robert Golf, and they say that, you know, his existence was scrubbed from the internet. You can't find anything about him. Not that he wasn't real or anything, but this guy Robert Golf, he died while using the glass camera, and his soul went to heaven while he was using the camera. And so since he was using the camera when he died,
people will just make up any old shit. Just anything. He went to heaven whilst wearing the camera. So they filmed heaven. Fun fact, the Loch Ness Monster myth may have originated when someone saw seeing a whale penis. Now that I believe. Free Willy indeed.
and like, you know, saw heaven. There is now apparently footage of heaven that was once owned by like the government, but it was immediately stolen by the Catholic Church, and they now have it like hidden somewhere. I told you it was gonna get fucking crazy. I picked this one because I think it's just super funny to have like vlog footage of heaven. And those are just two things that you would think I would never intersect, you know?
Hey, good morning. Hello, gang. What's poppin'?
And obviously this is insane. Logan Paul is not going to heaven. Also, like, how the fuck did the Catholic Church steal the footage so quickly, right?
And also, I did want to do the low gang thing. Like, have that as, like, my thing. But then he started doing it, and I was like, nah, I can't. I can't do that. I don't want to be associated with this creature. Catholic ninjas, yes.
They have like a little burglar, like a Catholic burglar that just goes around stealing shit. It also doesn't seem very Catholic to engage in.
Also, did you know the Catholic Church had what they considered to be the foreskin of Jesus? Did you know? Did you know that? Everybody. 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 Did you know that? Did you know?
Thievery, you know what I mean? That's got to be a sin. The only thing the Catholic Church steals is the virginity of young boys. You know, I just hope that the Catholic Church has a good organization system. I would hate for that footage to be mixed up with the other VHS tapes they got. Gotta kill some time until Sunday service. What movie should I watch? Beauty and the Beast, Jungle Book, 101 Dalmatians. Whoa, what the heck is this one? Heaven Confidential.
I just wanted people to know that the Catholic Church had, and apparently have lost, the foreskin of Jesus. It's not actually the foreskin of Jesus, because Jesus wasn't like a real person. It's a composite of myths. But based around probably a real person that did exist. But like, there is no Jesus as such. But regardless, they had what they considered to be the foreskin of Jesus. For some reason. They used to parade it through the streets. Until 1900. When they then realised it was a bit old-fashioned and antiquated and made them look mental. In 1900.
There's no case on it. Oh, okay. This must be All Dogs Go to Heaven. I love that movie. Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boy, Robert Golf, bro. Made it to heaven, dude. Made it straight past the pearly gates. Hi, Mom. She's actually holding the camera right now. She died a few years back. It's actually really nice to see her again. Well, since I'm in heaven, I figured I would introduce you to my new friend, God. Alright. So, God, I thought my whole life about what I would ask you if I ever met you in person, so I gotta know. Gay Adam or Thought Eve? Well, it is Pride Month, so I gotta go Gay Adam. Oh, let's go, dude. In the script here, I wrote that the sketch is going to end with the Predator handshake, because that clip is from the movie Predator. But, fun fact, the Predator handshake is also how Catholic priests greet each other.
Sick bird.
Alright, last one, folks. Thank you for watching if you're still here. The last level of a modern day conspiracy iceberg is sploosh. And that's not the shit from Holes. Okay, that's sploosh. Sploosh. This is another conspiracy that was proposed a while ago, but I put it in the modern conspiracy because of its popularity.
Someone was talking about that we live in a false reality, and these beings, they call them archons, are the ones controlling the mental matrix that we live in. So what they're trying to say is that our human experience is nothing more than an energetical farm from higher dimensional beings. And they farm something called loosh.
And it's produced when we... Loosh is produced in the caboose. And loosh is produced when we experience really intense emotion. And this loosh is actually being harvested by extraterrestrials or like higher dimensional entities. And according to the person who introduced this theory, Robert Monroe, loosh is generated through both positive and negative emotional experiences. So intense emotions such as love, fear, pain, joy, and suffering are all like very potent sources of a loosh. You know, they get you all looshed up. And the reason it's also referred to as the prison planet theory is that like it claims that we're all locked up on Earth, like for the sole purpose of creating loosh for these higher dimensional entities. It's just pretty insane. Just looshing.
What's the bait? But again, I want to ask these people, where the fuck did you get this from? What evidence do you have for any of this? It's not based on anything. It's rubbish. Oh my, people will believe any old wank. Like, when I first got into like doing content, I was like, we need to be strict about like getting facts and, you know, blah blah blah. But I didn't. Why did I even bother? People will just lap up any old shit. Also, Prison Planet just makes me think of Alex Jones, which means I know it's wrong. There's a documentary. Oh God.
My name is Colin Robinson.
Energy buyers. Yeah.
And I am what's known as a psychic vampire or energy vampire.
Colin, what are you doing in here?
This is my bedroom. I'm resting. Am I a morning person? That would be an enthusiastic yes. I've never had anyone in here. I have a strobe light up and a couple speakers playing some acid jazz. I have some paintings, some pictures. I found it at a Holiday Inn. Nandor! I wake up hungry and I get to feed all day.
Go away, please, Colin Robinson.
Nandor, it's time to name that tune.
Guillermo, get him out of here.
Out of here. I made it up.
Sleeping.
That's what I call my morning cup of coffee. This is my office.
Yes, we've already watched that.
Also known as the hunting ground.
Thank you, Thinking Cybercat. Yeah.
How are you? Mornings are great for feeding. People aren't really, frustrated yet by the entire day.
I don't know. Is this turkey cut freshly from the breast, or is it a pre-processed roll?
All of our meats are actually freshly sliced.
Oh, I prefer the roll.
We are day walkers, not affected by the sun. Everyone kind of focuses on the day part of Daywalker, but actually no one focuses on the walker part. There's a lot of walking.
According to the statute, if Mr. Chapman's residence was originally zoned as a mixed-use or multiple dwelling structure,
I come here every week. It's a smorgasbord of banality and despair.
Mr. Robinson, you're next up. Is Mr.
I'm just gonna
Robinson
do
here?
a quick mega feed, and then I'll be right
Mr.
back.
Robinson, are
Council, Madam President, when it comes to zoning ordinances, I have a few thoughts. Ordinance, what does it mean?
Are you leaving with us?
No, I can't stand up right now, if you know what I mean.
Sure, you know what? I believe it. The energy vampires. Yes.
All day, dude. Sorry. And you know what? As scary as this would be if it was true, it's also like kind of comforting in a way. Like it says a lot about like free will and like our purpose in life, but like I don't know, man. Like if I'm having an absolute like shit day, I'm like so sad, I'm crying. It's just terrible. I'm just feeling so negative and awful. At least I know some fucking 8-dimensional being named fucking Eknayeb. He's up there getting that sweet.
That's Beyonce backwards. Don't try and sneak that shit past me, Connor.
Dude, he's gooning all that loose, dude. So you're welcome, Eknayeb. Also, the funny thing about this theory is while I was researching it, I had quite the epiphany. So the theory is that humans are put in stressful conditions, so interdimensional entities can harvest all of that energy for their own personal gain. That's literally the plot of Monsters, Inc. These fucking weird creatures are scaring kids. They're putting them in stressful conditions so they can get their energy to power their own fucking world. What the hell? And also, dude, when you spell it out, when you spell the full thing, it says Monsters Incorporated, right? You take away a few letters, what does that spell? Monroe, the guy who introduced this theory. This goes all the way to the top of a steep cliff covered in Lil Wayne's. But obviously this theory has evolved over time and it's gone pretty far. Some people think these higher dimensional beings actually disguise themselves as celebrities. Celebrities like Beyonce. To the left, to the left. Are you fucking loose in the box to the left? Yeah, man. I saw a TikTok of someone replying to a comment that reads, I'll never forget her saying, I need your energy at the Super Bowl halftime show.
Everybody put your hands towards me. Everybody, I want to feel your energy.
Dude, how dumb do you have to be?
Yeah, that's just a performer saying, like, can we create a good atmosphere for the show? Woo! Like, it's...
To actually think like that, dude. People say that shit all the time. Dude, fucking, like, spin instructors say that shit. She was just getting the fucking crowd hype, dude. She's Beyonce. Wait, hold up. What's Beyonce backwards?
What did I fucking say? The Kev sees everything.
Teknayeb. Okay, obviously I'm joking. This is dumb. The Loosh theory is fucking super weird and insane. But you know what? I think just to be sure, I think we should all, like, as a society, we should pick, like, one day, one global day where we all choose to experience zero emotion. Don't feel anything, good or bad. We all lock ourselves in our own room and we just stare at the fucking wall. You know, really bring down Loosh production and see what happens. We finally made it through all of the levels of the icebergs. So now it's come to a conclusion, all right? Our conspiracy theories crazier now than they were back then. And honestly, when I'm comparing the two icebergs, it's tough to say. I feel like all of these are equally fucking crazy. So I don't think conspiracy theories are crazier now. I think they've always been fucking crazy, but I just think the level that people believe in them has increased like tenfold, and we're starting to see some...
Yeah, but I don't think that's because people are more susceptible to them. I think it's because crazy cunts now have access to far larger platforms than they ever have before. Now that means that also non-crazy bastards who were all previously excluded also have the access, so that's cool. But like the democratization of opinion, which is the fancy phrase for it, the democratization of opinion is a mixed blessing, I think we can say.
Pretty gnarly real life consequences. Cool. This is also just an excuse for me to goof on a bunch of conspiracy theories because I think they're like super funny. So let me know if you want a part 2 of this video and comment some...
I do want a part 2, but not tonight because I am fucking sleepy. Oh, Chatterinos, it's been emotional, hasn't it? It's been emotional. It's been emotional. Everyone go and follow the Turn Left Media. I nearly just said their name, like that's not even the name of the fucking thing. Go and follow Turn Left Media on the various platforms. Yeah, Curtis is a good lad. So go and check him out. Also, yeah, Cognitive Society.
We got him. Victory is ours.
Cognitive Society is the producer on that show. Regular, long-time viewers will remember him from a show I did about fascists called Let Them Eat Cake a long time ago, with him and Mike Stutzbury. I don't know why I said that in a Scottish accent. He's not Scottish. He's Australian/German. Everybody. I'll be back probably tomorrow, I think, because there's so much to get through. Like, part of me anyway, wanted to watch the actual interview of Nigel Farage being interviewed, which you saw a clip of earlier, where he was going on about the Ukraine thing, because he talked about a lot of other stuff and it was interesting, and unfortunately he's a serious factor in this general election, so yeah, and there'll be more shit. There'll be fucking Laura Koonsberg on Sunday, so there'll be all kinds of fucking crazy chicanery and shenaniganery going on. Thank you, O. Carson, for joining. If you're new here, you can hit the follow button, can't you? I'm about to leave now, but it might give you a notification. It probably won't, let's be honest, but it might give you a notification. Rohack, you don't have to make it sound quite so much like you're just spending time here until she's back. I appreciate that for a lot of you that is the case. You are watching me because Helena is not available right now. And I appreciate that, being her overspill service. And that's fine, I will happily take that shit. But you don't have to make it quite so obvious. I'm joking. I actually don't exactly know. She said she was gone for a week, and she's been gone for like, I don't know, 5 days or something, so she should be back relatively soon. I don't know, though. I haven't spoken to her. I don't want to like bother her when she's on holiday, right? She's on fucking holiday. Let her do her fucking thing. But she'll be back soon. Mummy will be back soon, okay? Yeah. So yeah, go check out her as well. I'm off to Pride event in King's Heath with the world's shortest parade tomorrow. Is there a thing in King's Heath? Oh shit, I'm sort of tempted, Miss Hire. I don't live desperately far away from King's Heath. Oh, why have I just doxed myself? That was silly. Anyway, I don't live desperately far from it, so I could go to that. The world's shortest parade? Where are they walking to and from? Is it just like the high street or something? Yeah, I don't know. I'll have it said I love you both despite Helena and I's relationship status. What? Do you have a relationship status? Baron von Cockslap? Is that a what? I don't know. Yeah. Or are they just really short? I don't know. Anyway, Brick gives away location. I'm in Canada. Well, I'm not worried about you, Heavy D Funk. I'm worried about I worry about like fucking mad cunts who live sort of near me. What's the... Okay, well that's the event. It doesn't tell me where they're marching to and from. Key info. Yes, continue as Rory Cats. Why am I looking at this like any of you give a fuck about King's Heath Pride? You don't even know what that place is. You have no idea. And why would you? Why should you? If you're familiar with King's Heath, it's my old stomping ground. I actually went to it was the largest girls' school in Europe, or the largest non-religious girls' school, I think, in Europe for my sixth form. I went to Swanshurst, for those people who know that. The sixth form was mixed. It's a worst Moseley. Basically, yeah. Yeah, it is basically that, yeah. Yes, correct. Anyway, no one fucking cares, Kev. Right, I'm gonna fuck off. Who's on Twitch that I can kick you over to while I still have sentience? Cosmopolitics. Go and say hello to them. They're fucking awesome. Clip. Why did I clip that? What? I don't know what the fuck that was. Anyway, oh, there they are. I don't know what they're up to, but go and check them out nonetheless. Like I say, yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back soon. Probably, like I say, tonight. Not tonight. It's not even past midnight. I'll be back Sunday, probably, at the usual time, which is some point in the day. Stay beautiful. No pass around.
Is the god of night, who gathers his minions together on Walpurgis night to dance until dawn. The gigantic and imposing figure emerges from